Hello Philippines and hello world. Sawaditon Chao ka, maayong buntag and welcome back. Welcome to our last webinar session hosted by the Department of Technology Teacher Education, College of Education, MSU-IIT. Before we go further, we want to review the functionality of our webinar. Your active participation is vital throughout the session, and right now we have everyone on mute to avoid background noises that may distract you from listening to the webinar. Throughout the presentation, someone on staff will be managing the chat functionality. You can enter your questions and comments in the question box throughout the presentation. To our YouTube viewers, you can also post your comments and questions in the chat box, and we will address that later. If you'd rather ask in person, you can also use the icon in the control panel to raise your hand to indicate that you have questions or comments. But still, it would be best to save it during our open forum. This will be a whole day session, and it will be divided into two parts. Part 1 for the morning and part 2 in the afternoon. And then later in the noon, we will have a short break for lunch, and we will be back at 1 p.m. for the part 2. Suppose we are now all ready, let's brace ourselves as we are about to start. To our Chancellor, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol, the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension, Dr. Jinky Bernales, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Franco G. Teves, our Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buwan, and to the chairpersons from the different departments of the College of Education, to our participants who are TVET teachers, TVL, TLE teachers, and our dear students, good morning and welcome to our last webinar series session with the theme, Technical Vocational Education in an Innovative and Flexible Modality. For today's sessions and last session, this is entitled Research and Technology Education in the New Normal, which will be explained by our exceedingly competent speaker from the City of Golden Friendship, Cagayan de Oro. Before we start this webinar series, we will have our opening prayer and the Philippine National Anthem singing through a video presentation.
Usahay, Madita.
In the presence of God. Dear Almighty God and loving Father, we glorify and thank your name. Thank you for all the blessings that you have given. Thank you for thy faithfulness and guidance. Today, we're asking for your blessings, shower our speakers and even our participants for this webinar series. We may also absorb the invaluable knowledge, experience, and all of these things will be applied to our daily tasks, being a teacher and even just being a student as well. We pray that you bless all the activities for today, that will be a blessing to each one. The objectives of this webinar will be achieved. Thank you for all the blessings for the past webinars and for this day. We pray this in your mighty name, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
To God be the glory. We want to encourage your participants and viewers via YouTube Live to post your questions in the comment section throughout the session so that our speaker will answer your questions. So once again, we thank you for your participation with the students, faculty, technical vocational educators from around the globe. At this juncture, I would like to turn to my colleague, Professor Avril Ramayan, from the Department of Technology Teacher Education to formally introduce our brilliant speaker for this session. Let us welcome her with a warm virtual applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My part is to introduce to you our resource speaker this morning. I'm very proud that I am the one who will introduce my schoolmate before in the college days. Our speaker is a very passionate and committed professor in the field of technology livelihood education. She finished her bachelor's degree of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Home Economics in MSU-IIT. On June 2016, she learned her master's in Technician Teacher Education with specialization in Hotel and Restaurant Management at University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, formerly Mindanao University of Science and Technology, Cagayan de Oro City. She had her Doctor of Education with specialization in Educational Technology and Multimedia in University Saints Malaysia, Penang, Malaysia. She started her teaching career at the Department of Education at Tablon National High School, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, last June 2002 to June 2015. And she decided to continue her vocation at the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines as assistant professor June 2015 up to the present. And she's designated as the department chairman of the Department of TLE and Technician Teacher Education. She also has been conducting different seminars and trainings that specializes research, science, statistical analysis, educational technology, and pedagogy of teaching of different government professional organizations and schools in Malaysia. These are the follows: writing and analyzing qualitative research and education, qualitative research and data analysis, conceptualization, measurement, and the use of contextual data, enhancement training on statistical treatment of data for qualitative research, research methodology and analysis of qualitative data, analyzing qualitative data using NVivo, and creating videos for flipped classroom in Air Itam Elementary School at Malaysia. Some of her contributions in the field of technology and livelihood educations are her publication. These are the follows: COVID-19 and Religious Tourism, an overview of impacts and implication at International Journal of Religious Tourism and Pilgrimage, exploring the role of pedagogical beliefs towards the integration of technology in teaching practices among the Philippine higher education institution educators, responsible leadership, an obstacle for turnover intention at social responsibility, potential of interactive learning objectives as non-face-to-face learning among trainee teachers in the Philippines, and utilizing optimization technique in the formulation and development of snacks for public secondary school students of the Philippines. Moreover, she had contributed in-house articles, journals, attended trainings, seminars, conferences, which are all extensive and timely to enumerate. With the above mentioned, she has been enthusiastically committed in the walk of life as professional educator, academician, and administrator. Without further much ado, we are very privileged to have her as our resource speaker for today's webinar on the topic, Research in Technology Education in the New Normal. My colleagues, my co-teachers, trainers, students, ladies and gentlemen, the Department Chairman of the Department of TLE and Technician Teacher Education, University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City. My schoolmate, Dr. Sarah O. Namoco.
Thank you, Avril. Should I go straight away? Or okay, I thought I had been introduced already, so it's right. No, it's just right that I will be talking now. Thank you very much, Avril. I see familiar names from IIT, and it feels so good to be back virtually back in SED, the College of Education. When I was invited by Sir Victor Rosales a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago, I immediately said yes, of course, because it's my alma mater. Of course, Avril is my classmate in college, and then Alan is my classmate in master's degree. And then there is, of course, my colleagues and friends. So, salamat kayo sa pag-abi-abi. Salamat kayo sa pag-invite. Okay, salamat kayo. So, today, let me share my screen. So, today, I will be talking about research in technology education in the new normal. So the topic is very timely sa atong kahimtang karon. And please allow me to speak in vernacular language. I think I am more comfortable with that. And of course, kitang tanan, no? We are more comfortable with that. And then, wa mo po tingali tayo kung ano, kanang viewers nga dili makasabot og Bisaya. Um, Avril, Joy. No, wala man tayo so far, no? Let me know, please. Otherwise, mag-Tagalog ko. Wala. So, okay. So, it's good. It's good to know nga wala
Marawi,
tay. Ha?
na ay mga taga Marawi, ma'am. Siguro,
But
ano
I
lang,
can
ma'am,
understand
Tagalog.
Bisaya, no? Tagalog. Sige, sige.
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I will try my best to gasapin akong dila sa Tagalog. But I will try my best to speak in 3 languages. Tagalog, Bisaya, and English. So, of course, my topic today will cover about designing research in technology education in the new normal. And then later on in the afternoon, we are going to talk how to convert our thesis, how to convert our thesis into a research article, or if you have not written a thesis or a dissertation yet, we hope we can what's the name? Atong ma-shift ang topic into like raw data, raw ideas, how we can write that into a research article. And then we are going to learn what are the tips. Now, I am going to share with you some tips how to write or how to publish your research articles in an indexed journal. Okay, to start with, our research, my dear friends, if we have a research topic in mind, of course, with the given research topic that we have in mind, we also formulate a research objective and a research question, right? Your research, your research project, your research study, or your research project will be designed based on your research questions and depending on how you view the reality. When we say view the reality, it's either you fill the gap, you fill the knowledge gap topic that we might want to venture into this new normal. Okay? According to scientists, according to businessmen, according to speakers, authors, book authors, according to scholars, new normal is ito na, nandito na tayo sa new normal. And probably we are not going to the old normal anymore. We all just have to embrace what is new. And in relation to that, dahil tayo ay nasa academe, tayo ay nasa pagtuturo in the teaching industry, teaching profession, we have no turning back anymore at this point in time. We just have to embrace what is there. Kung ano meron tayo ngayon. Kung anong situation that we are now. So according to scholars, There are areas for research that we might want to venture. Okay, first is about curriculum. We might want to look into the health and physical health and mental well-being of the people around us, of our colleagues, of our administration, or of our administrators, and most especially our students. And then we might also want to venture a research about the different teaching strategies, educational assessment, and the use of internet tools in teaching. Now let's go to curriculum. According to scholars, curriculum in higher education is already provided, no? Meron na tayong what's that? Minimum requirements set by the CHED. Of course, we enhance these minimum requirements with our institutional subjects or institutional courses, meaning that the curriculum is already there. And for the case of the deaf people, curriculum is also provided by the Department of Education. Di ba meron tayong mga curriculum guide? So how do we enhance or how do we study curriculum in the new normal? Perhaps we can go into the preparedness. We can inject or we can integrate the preparedness concept into each areas of our curriculum. May it be in mathematics, in English, Filipino, science, araling panlipunan, PE, math, health, ano pa. In any courses, in any subjects that we are teaching, we want to integrate preparedness, especially when there are diseases, endemic or pandemic, emergency cases, man-made or natural disasters. We are interested, according to scholars, we are interested to find researches about integrating preparedness of the students, individuals, people, families, everybody in terms of this casualties or unavoidable circumstances. Why? According to scholars, there is a need for a more focused goal on preparedness in terms of global disease outbreaks. So, if for example, gusto nating gumawa or mag-endeavor ng research in curriculum, then we might want to look into the preparedness concept as we integrate that into our curriculum. Next area is the health and mental well-being of our students. According to scholars, the consequences of the outbreak of epidemics or pandemics on mental health are more dangerous than the disease itself. So you see, kung tayo ay natatakot sa COVID, dapat pala mas matakot tayo sa consequence ng COVID to our mental health. So I would encourage us to do a research on this. How are our students? How are our students and parents coping with the new modalities of learning? How are they coping? Even our colleagues, teachers, no? DepEd or higher education institution alike, how are we coping with the pandemic? Kumusta yung ating mental well-being? Just as kumusta yung ating physical well-being. So it's good that we want to look into that. Now, I would emphasize more on human connection. You see, marami tayong nababasa from Facebook and other social media platforms na there are so many students who are committing suicide. There are many adolescents, children and young adults, even adults are contemplating and committing suicide. So how are we going to address that in our potential research projects? Now, the government protocols regarding social distancing, quarantine, isolation, and even the death of our loved ones who have been diagnosed with COVID is very devastating, emotionally devastating. So, ano yung epekto nito sa atin, no, as a person? It causes us poor cognitive performance. It even impairs our executive control and self-regulation. It lowers our self-rated physical health. It leads people to what's that? To engage in substance abuse, and at times some people would contemplate of committing suicide. Even others are doing it. So what's the point? What's the point why I am sharing this? Because according to studies, a lack of sufficient human connection is dangerous because social connection is a primal human need. So now that we are in new normal, we might want to look into this as one of our research agenda or one of our research topics. For our teaching strategies, some of us are doing blended learning, some are doing pure online learning, some are doing modular learning, some are doing direct instruction. Now, we might want to look into these different modalities of teaching, different modalities of delivering the lessons to our students as we do research, okay? And educational assessment. How are we doing educational assessment? Some are doing it synchronously or asynchronously. Some are giving grades quantitatively or qualitatively. The problem with quantitative is that teachers might be very generous at this point kasi kaawa-awa yung estudyante, di ba? Naaawa tayo dahil sa nahihirapan sila. Other students don't have internet connections. In fact, in the Philippines, only about 37% have gadgets and good internet connections. So kasi kaawa-awa yung situation ng learning modalities ng mga estudyante, the teachers are tempted to give generous grades. So it becomes now a matter of how reliable, how valid is the grade that we are giving. So some other teachers are giving pass or fail. The problem is meron tayong mga estudyante na in which range of passing grade do I belong? Kasi di ba meron tayong mga estudyante na gustong-gusto makuha yung flat 1. Gustong-gusto makuha yung pinakataas na grade. And if we just give them a passing grade, so how does the student rate him or herself in that range of passing grade? Or kung failing grade naman yung binigay natin, saan na range of failing grade napapabilang yung estudyante natin? So because of this, there are so many debates about the disadvantages and advantages of giving grade, the manner how we give the grade, or how do we give the assessment, authentic or traditional assessment. So it's a good thing that we will do a research on this. Okay, still related to human connections. Why are we interested to look into human connection? Because according to studies, students in general are known to be deeply affected by their relationships with teachers and peers in schools. And if they have a good relationship, then such relationship also influences the engagement of the students in academic performance. Alternately, if the student has a negative, has a conflict with the teacher or with the peers, then it results to a negative student outcome such as unfavorable school attitude, school avoidance, classroom disagreement, and poor academic performance. Okay, so you see, aside from looking into technology, we also need to look into the curriculum, to the assessment, to the human connection. And later on, we talk about the use of internet, the use of internet in teaching. Philippines, according to a survey in January 2020, 73 million of Filipinos are internet users. And in the last quarter of 2019 alone, there were 762, almost 763 million who visit websites, Filipinos alone. And most of them uses the internet to learn. And they use videos to learn. So, given this data, how are we going to adapt our teaching methodologies, our teaching instructional materials, given that most of the internet users are looking at the videos as their source of learning? Okay? And according to a survey again, the top 10 social media that Filipinos use are Facebook, Twitter, Google, Instagram, Skype, Viber, Tag, WhatsApp, Line, YouTube. So meaning that we can tap these social media platforms to what's that? To deliver our instruction to our students. And given that most of the learners, most of the students use video, then maybe we can shift our instructional materials from ordinary modules to videos, or we can use both depending. Now, it is good to investigate this social media because it can cause side effects to our learners. It can cause internet addiction, internet, and then the danger of internet dating, the danger of pornography, the effect of lack of face-to-face conversation, the teacher and the students. I remember my daughter would say, "Ma, even just 1 week of online face-to-face with my teacher, that's already enough." You see, at home, my children have good internet connection, but they still long for face-to-face even virtual face-to-face interaction with their teachers. Depression. You see, many students are feeling depressed because they feel disconnected. Kasi hindi na nila nakakasama yung mga barkada nila, yung mga friends nila in school. And they tend to mismanage their time, mismanage their resources. And eventually, subsequently, it affects their health condition. So probably we want to look into this. Now, why am I sharing with you the different researchable topics? Please excuse me for a while. Why am I sharing with you the different research topics that we might endeavor into our researches? Because kanina, di ba, in my opening, I mentioned that um, our research topic, our research question should be aligned, of course, in our research topic. And how we solve that research question related to our research topic will depend on how we look at the problem. Okay? Now, let's go back. Kanina, I said that if you think that the research problem or the research objective can be answered with numbers because you want to fill the knowledge gap that you have identified in literature, then you will solve it empirically using statistical tools. And therefore, you are doing a quantitative research. Now, I will be sharing with you the different quantitative research designs, okay? Because your research problem, the way you solve the research problem will depend on the research design that you identified. Okay, first we have descriptive research. In descriptive research, gusto lang natin we are interested to gather facts, knowledge, opinions, behaviors, attitudes, beliefs, perceptions about a particular subject or group. For example, we are interested to know if our students are, after, see, ilang buwan na ba tayo nasa pandemic? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 9 months, okay? 9 months. So we are interested to know if uh, ano ba yung mga uh, ano ba yung mas preferred na learning modality ng estudyante natin? Do they prefer the modular? Do they prefer blended learning, online learning, or face-to-face? Then we are going to do a survey, a descriptive research, because we are interested to gather facts. We are interested to gather the opinions of our students, what they believe in, what they perceive about something. So an example of a research question of this is that what percentage of college students have felt depressed during pandemic learning? See, when we do descriptive research, we want to gather facts, no? This is an example of gathering facts. Ilang porsyento ba ng ating mga estudyante ang dumaranas ng depression because of pandemic learning? So that's descriptive. We just want to describe something. Now, how about correlational? In correlational studies, we are interested to determine the relationship or the association between two variables. Take note, friends, we are only interested to determine the relationship between two variables. We are not determining the cause and effect relationship. Okay? For example, ang kagwapa ba ni maestra naabay epekto sa academic performance sa estudyante? No? Ay, sorry, dili epekto. Naabay relasyon sa academic performance sa estudyante. If, for example, in your study, you found out that there is a significant relationship between the physical attributes of the teacher and the academic performance of the teacher, then you might want to recommend kinahanglan pleasing ang personality ni ma'am o ni sir kung musulod sa school or sa classroom. Tungod kay according to study, there is a positive significant relationship. Okay? That's an example. Another example of a research question. Do high school grades have a relationship? Sorry, it should be relationship. Do high school grades have a relationship on the future success of the students in terms of their employment? Sorry, friends, it should be relationship, daily impact, or association. So again, if ang imong tuyo sa pag-study, sa pag-conduct sa study is to determine the relationship between one variable to another, then you are going to use the correlational research design. As to how you are going to do that, it's your assignment to read more about it. Because given the time limitations, dili na ito ma-discuss tagsa-tagsa. Okay, another research design is the causal comparative research. Here, we are interested to determine the cause or the consequences of the differences that already exist between groups or in between or among groups or individuals. Okay, unlike correlational studies, ang correlation gusto ta mo determine kung naabay association ang kagwapa sa maestra o ang grado sa estudyante. Pero diri sa causal comparative, we are interested kung ang kagwapa ba ni ma'am naabay relasyon or naabay epekto sa academic performance sa estudyante. Okay? Well, that's just an example. Now, ang research design nato, the different research design that are talking about the cause and effect are the experimental designs and the causal comparative. Pero unsa may kalainan sa causal comparative o sa experimental? Sa experimental design, we can manipulate the variables. No, ma-manipulate na to ang control variable, ang independent variable to determine its effect to the dependent variable. No? Pero sa causal comparative, nganong gamiton nato ni siya? Kano saan nato gamiton ang causal comparative tuod? Gamiton nato ang causal comparative kung ang atong na-identify nga possible causes have already happened in the past, no? Nahitabo na siya in the past. Wala na tay mahimo. We cannot manipulate them anymore. For example, we are interested to determine if the pandemic learning has an impact towards the academic performance of the students, no? So wala na tayong mahitabo sa pandemic learning. We did already the online learning, we did the blended learning, we did the modality, modular modality of learning, no? Ato na itong gipanghimo in the past. Ato lang interesado, we are only interested to determine asa ato nga modalities of learning has an impact or which of these modalities of learning can cause better academic performance of the students. Okay? Again, cause and effect relationship. Pero wala na tayo mabuhat pag manipulate sa atong independent variables because ang mga causes, ang mga rason, ang mga factors na posible nga maka-cause sa effect nahitabo na, wala na tayo mahimo adto. Okay, mao nang gitawag og causal comparative. But Okay, an example research question to that is, which study habit is more effective for TLE students? So, natay which is more effective to improve the academic performance of the students. Okay? So natay dependent variable nga mao ang academic performance. So unsa to ang mga study habits, no? Gibuhat na, meaning gibuhat na sa mga estudyante. Gusto lang nato i-determine unsay unsay epekto adto sa atong dependent variable. Now, how about quasi-experimental? As I have mentioned earlier, in quasi-experimental, interesado ta, we are interested to determine the cause and effect relationship. No? Unsa may epekto aning variables ng atong gi-study, no? Towards something. But this time, ang nakanindot is ma-manipulate na to ang independent variables. For example, nakita nimo nga naay problema ang academic performance sa mga estudyante. You have observed that there is a problem in the academic performance of the students. So, according to studies, according to literature, tunga, no, nabahin ang literature. Some literature would say that students prefer face-to-face instruction. And some students prefer online learning, no? So unsa may buhaton nato? Interesado ta mo tan-aw, we are interested to look into the academic performance of the students. But literature say you can do that you can do the instruction online, you can do the instruction face to face. Now you are interested to develop a learning module which can be delivered both online and face-to-face. Okay? So you have two groups of students. One group is for face-to-face instruction. Another group is for online learning instruction. And then you are going to implement your developed module. After some times, after 12 weeks of implementation of the modules, you are going to conduct post-test to determine the difference in the academic performance between students who are in face-to-face learning and students who are in online learning. Okay? So, mao na siya ang quasi-experimental. Ngano tuod gitawag siya quasi-experimental? Kay dili man ta maka-assign sa mga respondents randomly. Okay? We cannot assign them randomly kay naa na sila sa existing groups. Kuhaon na lang nato sila sa as they are in that particular section, no? Or in that particular class. Kuhaon na nato sila. Ato na silang gamiton, ato sila i-employ sa atong study. That is why it's called quasi-experimental. Okay? Now, for example, in our students here sa MTTE, wala pa man tayong mga since I started as chairman, wala pa ko'y nahandulan nga DTE dissertation kay mao pa first year pa lang nako, no? So for example, for MTTE students nato, mag-develop sila og mga trainer, no? Na ay mga estudyante nato nga ga-develop og trainer, automotive, it could be in automotive, or it can be in electronics, or it can be in computer. So nag-develop sila og trainer. Nganong nag-develop man ka og trainer? Is it to test, to evaluate the effectiveness of the trainer, or is it because na-observe nimo nga naay problema sa unsa ni visualization, sa problem sa academic performance of the students tungod kay mas nindot kung naa sila'y mahawiran, no? Nakita nimo nga ang mga estudyante kinesthetic. They learn more when they manipulate things. That is why you wanted to develop a trainer, no? So you are going to make a research out of this using quasi-experimental study. So, okay? So, for example, nakita nimo nga na problema ang academic performance sa estudyante sa computer nga subjects nimo, no? Sa in situ, for example, no? About computer service, computer system, computer system servicing. nakita nimo nga ay problema ang performance sa estudyante. So unsa may imong gibuhat? You are going to develop a trainer para ma-address na ang problem. And then you are going to test the trainer using quasi-experimental. Ang usa ka grupo katong daan tong inyong traditional nga method, ang usa ka grupo ang experimental group katong nagamit og trainer. And then you maghatag kag pre-test, and then i-introduce after the pre-test, you gather the data, i-introduce nimo ang trainer sa imong experimental group, ang imong control group katong traditional ninyo nga teaching, and then post-test, gather the data afterwards, and then compare the results between pre-test and post-test, and then compare between control and experimental group. Asay mas effective, okay? So this is an example of experimental research. For example, how does the TLE module on food processing following the Robert Gagney's 9 events of instruction model affect the academic performance of students between online and modular class? So naakay, you are introducing a module, mootong imong gi-manipulate ang module, and then imong gi-introduce sa imong control o sa imong experimental group or online and modular class, and then you gather the data. That is an example of experimental study. O quasi-experimental. Of course, ang true experiment is you are observing the effect of the intervention, but this time you are doing random assignment. Okay? I'm sorry, I was not able to edit my research question. So, usually in human studies, in studies involving human beings, we cannot do most often, we cannot do true experimental. Kaya nga naman, dili man nato ma-manipulate ang human activities. For example, gusto ka mag-study kung abay epekto ang number of hours of sleep to the academic performance of the students. Of course, you cannot tell your students, oops, you should sleep at exactly 8 o'clock and wake up at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kay 9 hours sleep man, no? Kay adolescent. You should sleep at exactly 8 o'clock and wake up at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock. We cannot say that. Kay dili nato makontrol ang ilang activity. We cannot control the activities of the students or of the people. For example, ang teachers. Teacher, may co-teacher, gimo ko og experimental study ha. Ikaw ayaw lang og tan-aw og internet sa imong kuan kay kuan ra gyud ka kanang pure ra gyud ka nga libro ra gyud imong gamiton pagtudlo. Ang ikaw pud nga ma'am o ikaw nga sir, online learning ka. Di po ka pwede magbasa og libro ha, online ra gyud. Dili man nato na pwede. We cannot do that with human experiments because we cannot control this threat. So that is why, according to scholars, in social sciences, it is almost always difficult to do through experiment. That is why we go with quasi-experimental. Meanwhile, so moto ang mga quiz sa mga research design, no? Kung gusto, if for example, na kay idea, do na kay research in mind, you have a research topic in mind. It could be about curriculum, it could be about mental and physical well-being of the students, it could be about assessment in learning, it can be about strategies in learning or the use of technology in learning. These are your topics in mind. So you might want to consider investigating it in the quantitative perspective. Mauto kaganina akong i-discuss. Pero some of you might want to investigate it by exploring a solution to a problem. And therefore, you are going to interpret the data, the qualitative data. And therefore, your research methodology is qualitative. Now, kung ang quantitative research na sa different research designs, ang qualitative na po siya lahi-lahi nga meron din siyang iba't ibang research design or research approaches. So again, think of a topic in your mind. How are you going to approach this topic? Are you going to approach it quantitatively, or are you going to approach it, or are you going to solve it qualitatively? Now, in qualitative, we have phenomenology research. Ang phenomenology, friends, they are interested in understanding the essence of the experience. Ano yung essence ng lived experience of the people? For example, you are thinking of pandemic. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng pandemic, ng COVID pandemic in the lived experiences of the participants, or in the lived experiences of your research participants? In phenomenology class, we are interested to describe the meaning or the essence of the lived experience related to a phenomenon. Okay? Kung ano yung meaning ng kanyang experiences. Okay. Of course, the data analysis is thematic. By the way, I forgot to mention that in quantitative research, the data analysis is statistical technique. That is why it's called empirical or empiricist approach. In qualitative, we interpret the meaning, we interpret the data according to thematic analysis. Okay. Again, when we use phenomenology, for example, your idea, your research topic in mind is about mental well-being of your students. And then you are interested to identify the meaning or the essence of pandemic in relation to the mental well-being of your students. Then you are going to employ phenomenology research. Okay? So for example, how do women school heads or principals make meaning of their leadership development experiences? Or in relation doon sa example like binigay ko, how do high school students make meaning of their pandemic learning experiences? Okay? So ano yung meaning, ano yung essence ng kanilang experiences, learning experiences during pandemic? Another one is case study. So in case study, you are interested to develop an in-depth description and analysis of a particular case, of an identified case about a particular person or a particular institution. So ano yung difference ng phenomenology and case study? Phenomenology, you're interested with the meaning of the experiences. In case study, you are interested with the in-depth description kung ano yung mga because this is usually a longitudinal study. You are interested to not only the meaning of the experiences, but ano yung mga cases na nararanasan ng isang tao during pandemic. Okay? How do I explain that? You are actually interested to understand you are actually interested to get an in-depth understanding about a case of a particular person or a particular institution. Okay? So it's not only the meaning, but the different areas, the different aspects of the whole experience. An example here is what strategies are used by small schools that have effective and viable wellness programs. You see, they are more interested with the case studies, are the strategies that are involved. It's not about the meaning of the experience. Okay, strategies, activities about a particular person or a particular institution or a particular group that you have identified. Another resource design in qualitative is ethnography. In ethnography, you are interested to understand and interpret the culture of a particular group. For example, you have a students who are children of fisher folks. No, meron kang estudyante na anak ng mga fisher folks. So what are the learning experiences or what are the daily experiences of these students? If you are interested, because nakikita mo, for example, you have observed na merong problem or merong challenges sa kanilang academic performance. So you are interested to see what are their cultures that might have affected, that might shape their academic performance or that might shape their behavior at school. So what you will do is you go to their community and study their group, study their culture as a group. No, you don't study an individual, but you study the group. You study the culture of a particular group. Another example, you are interested to know bakit ang mga I have read on Facebook, bakit daw maraming COVID cases sa mga trabahante but not the badyaw who are yung nasa daan-daan, they are roaming around the streets, loitering around the streets. Bakit walang report of COVID cases about them? So probably you are interested to look at their culture. Bakit? No? And then you are going to employ ethnography. You're going to employ ethnography in your research. One example that I have here is how do for example, Iligan City National High School grade 11 students' concept of classroom participation processes shape their active oral participation. So meaning that you are studying the culture of these grade 11 students, and then ano yung culture nila, ano yung concept nila of classroom participation processes, and how do these processes shape their oral participation. Yung, di ba, sa classroom, we have oral participation. We have, it can be individual or it can be in small groups. So, ano yung culture nila that will shape their individual performance or behavior at school or in the classroom. So if you are interested to learn their culture, then you might want to employ ethnography. However, if you are interested to explore the life of an individual, then you will do narrative research. Pananglitan na isa ka estudyante din ha, no? Of course, in our faculty office, we tend to discuss about a particular student who is exceptionally intelligent or exceptionally kuan gyud siya, labad gyud siya sa ulo, no? Nabantayan na to nga gikan pa na siya grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 hangtod na grade 6 na lang ingana gyud siya. So you want to explore the life of that person. Or din sa college or din sa high school, we have observed nga naging isa ka estudyante din na. Or naay usa na to ka colleague nga inspiring kaay ang iyang life. And we are interested to explore his life story, no? So in narrative research, we are interested to restory the life of that particular person. Okay? And finally, if we are interested to do grounded theory, we wanted to develop a theory from different small cases, then we are going to do grounded theory research. For example, di ba kaganina diri sa case study, ang atong example are, what are the strategies being used by small schools that have effective and viable wellness programs? So for example, you did a study on this on different small schools. Now, different group of researchers did the same research project on different small schools. Meron ding gumawa ng the same study from big schools. And then, you want to develop a theory out of these individual case studies. So, you are going to do grounded theory research. So, in that, probably your research question will be, what are the attitudes of school heads or principals towards implementing the effective and viable wellness programs? Okay, so in grounded theory, you have already existing different studies, and you want to make you want to make or you want to develop a theory out of that. Or ikaw mismo gagawa ng small studies from different participants, from different contexts of research, from different contexts of people, from different cultural background, from different educational background, and then you are going to develop a theory out of the findings of your small studies, and that is grounded theory. Okay, so again, let's go back. Kanina, I have mentioned the different research topics that we might want to venture in this new normal. This research topic can be approached in different paradigms, in different perspectives. You can approach that quantitatively or you can approach that qualitatively. Depending on your research question, your research this uh, depending on your research question, then you will identify the most appropriate research design to address the problem. Now, let's remember this. When you construct the research questions, you have to remember certain words when you do it qualitatively. Now, the words how, what, generate, identify, describe, meaning, outline, experience, explore, discover, these are more appropriate to use when you are doing a research study using qualitative method, a qualitative methodology. Alternately, if you are doing it quantitatively, you might say, what is the level of, or what is the relationship, what is the impact, the effect, the cause, the influence of. We are going to compare between control and experimental group, or you are going to contrast the results. Okay? So you see, we just, yung pag-develop or yung pag-construct ng research question pala, you just don't construct it at any way that you want, but you are constructing it depending on the paradigm or depending on the research methodology that you are using. Okay? Now, the topic, okay, kanina we are talking about the possible topics. We have discussed about how we are going to approach this research topic. How are we going to solve this research problem in mind? Now, for example, you are interested to develop instructional materials because nga technology education, right? I am sure in the topic of Provincial Director Sid Castillo, he mentioned about the trending topics in TESDA because he all discussed that. I am presuming that he discussed that with you. Now, for example, you are interested to do quasi-experimental or whatever design that you are going to use, and you are interested to develop a learning module or a trainer, a computer trainer, automotive trainer, whatever. You are going to develop a module how to bake breads, how to bake cakes and pastries, and then you are going to integrate something in your module na wala doon sa ibang module na ginagamit or wala doon sa ibang module na usual na ginagamit. Kasi meron kang strategy na gagamitin sa iyong module. Now, there are different models that we are looking into. Okay, one model is the 9 events of Robert Gagney's 9 events of instruction. Among the different instructional models that I like, I'm sorry, but if I have to be a little biased here, but this one is my most favorite because the 9 events of instruction is discussed in details. So, for example, again, you are interested to develop an instructional material, then you might follow the model of Robert Gagney. I don't know, Gagney. You might want to follow his model. And for example, if you're a master's student, or a doctoral student, and then you are interested to develop a module, you might want to look into this model. No? Kasi nga gusto kang gumawa ng quiz sa experimental. Or for example, teacher ta, no? nakita nimo nga merong problema sa motivational level ng estudyante, no? There is a problem with the level of motivation of the students in class kasi merong, well, you have observed something. So you read from literature, ano kayang pwedeng gawin? And then you want to develop instructional model that you will integrate activities so that the motivation, the level of motivation of the students can be enhanced. So if you want to do that, then you might follow this model, 9 events of instruction by Robert. Another model is ADI. Okay? For example, you want to develop, what's that? Anong module again? Or you want to develop a trainer, for example, automotive trainer. So you want to follow the ADI model. ADI means analyze. You analyze first. Bakit ko gagawin? Bakit ako magdi-develop ng trainer? You analyze. Ano yung need ng estudyante? Ano yung kulang sa school? Ano yung sinasabi ng literature? You analyze the need. And then and then you also interview people, no? Probably you want to interview colleagues, you want to interview students, like how can we improve this need, no? And how can we improve this need of a trainer? And then they can give you idea na dapat ganito yung trainer, dapat ganito yung design, dapat ganito yung weight, ganito yung, okay? So given the different inputs from literatures, from observations, and from interviews, then you design the trainer. You design ano dapat yung size, ano dapat meron doon sa trainer na i-integrate mo. If for example you want to integrate self-efficacy, no? So ano yung factor na i-integrate mo doon sa trainer para mas ma-develop yung self-efficacy ng estudyante. And then you, based on your design, you develop the trainer and then implement the trainer to your control group and experimental group. And then do a post-test. After that, evaluate the result. Saang grupo ng estudyante mas effective yung trainer? Say for example, nakita mo na mas effective pa rin yung traditional. Despite the effort that you did on your trainer, mas effective pa rin yung traditional. Please, my dear friends, do not manipulate the result of your data. It does not mean that the result is not significant. It means that your study is a failure. It means to say that there is something lacking in you. Probably there is something lacking in your design, or look at the characteristics of your respondents, of your students. Ano ba ang characteristics ng estudyante? Bakit hindi effective sa kanila yung trainer na dinisign mo? Look at their characteristics. Look at their demographic profile. Probably there is something in the demographic profile, or there is something in the characteristics of the students that made the trainer insignificant to their academic performance. Okay? So that is ADI. Another model is assure. So it's just like ADI. However, you integrate here the utilization of media and materials. Okay, you choose the media and materials and then utilize that, you implement that, and then evaluate. So for example, again, let's go back to modular. You want to develop a module. Probably you want to use the Assure model. Kasi nga, meron kang i-integrate na multimedia or materials na yung material na yun yung contribution mo to the body of knowledge. Then you use this model. Or you can also use the dig and carry systems approach model. For example, you are developing a trainer. So trainer ulit. Kasi yun yung palaging nakikita ko sa mga MTT students natin. So you might want to use the dig and carry model. Or you might also want to use the rapid prototyping model. In rapid prototyping model, each stage is overlapping because you want to evaluate, you want to assess the effectiveness, the efficiency of each stage as you develop the model or your instructional material. On the other hand, for example, say for example, you are interested to make a study about technology and acceptance, technology use and technology acceptance and use. So meron din tayong different theories na gagamitin. For example, here in UST, here in USTP, meron kaming e-learning portal which we call USTEP. We are interested to see if the students are using, or if the students accept and use the use step. Okay, so to determine that, to make a study out of that, we might want to use the technology acceptance model by Davis. He developed this in 1989. So ano yung sinasabi ng technology acceptance model? According to this theory, according to this model, kapag madaling gamitin ang isang technology, it is ease of use, sayon ra gamiton, and then mapuslanon siya, talagang nagagamit siya and it serves the purpose, then it influences my intention to use the technology. If my intention to use the technology is high, then it is most likely that I am going to use that technology. For example, friends, you are going to introduce na akay gihuna-huna ang application, mobile application. Mounay gusto nimo nga himuong thesis, no? Or you want to make you want to do that in your thesis. So, and you are interested if the students are willing to accept and use that application, then you consider the technology and acceptance model. Okay? Sayon ra ba siya gamiton? Madali ba siyang gamitin ng mga users? Or is it really useful? Does it serve the purpose? And then, what is the level of the intention of the people to use that application, and what is their probability to use that application? Another theory is the theory of reasoned action, meaning that the behavior of the person to use a technology is determined by its intention to use the technology. And the intention to use technology is also influenced by the attitude of the person, the attitude of that person, or the influence of the people around that person. For example, no? Nganong mogamit man ko og MOOCs, okay? Nganong sige teacher, nganong nga ako mga kauban nga teacher mogamit man og MOOCs. So unsa man ang level of intention niya to use that MOOCs? So according to theory of reasoned action, ang iyang intention is influenced by the attitude of the teacher towards MOOCs, okay? And it is also influenced by the colleagues of the teacher, or ang kadtong dean baka, principal baka sa co-teacher, gi-influence siya nga, huy, gamitan na siya ang MOOCs kay nindot yun na siya. Therefore, ang akong intention nga mogamit ang application is high. Okay? Another theory is the theory of planned behavior. While according to the theory of reasoned action, attitude ug ang people around me mo ay maka-influence sa akong intention, according to theory of planned behavior, dapat kabalo ko mag-control sa akong behavior about that technology. Aron nga taas ang akong intention sa paggamit, and therefore gamiton gyud nako ang technology. So if you are going to do a research about technology acceptance, you might look into these different technology models and theories. Another one is the diffusion of innovation theory by Rogers. According to him, naay klase-klase nga mga users ang technology. Naiuban mga innovators, sila tong mga gabuhat gyud og mga applications, ga-develop gyud og mga unsa ni mga technologies. Napoy uban nga okay, try na ako kay bag-o man siya nga technology, napoy uban nga ayhan na lang ko mo gamit kung proven na nila. O napoy uban nga hala, taod-taod naman ang technology. It's been there for a while. Gamiton ka nato. Napoy uban nga, dili lang sa ako, kapoy man. No? You might want to look into these different theories um, when you study about technology education. No? Usa man ang diffusion of theory para sa atong mga estudyante. What is the level of diffusion of the technology para sa atong mga kauban nga mga teachers or para sa atong mga friends? So these are the different theories. Another one is the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology. Of course, daghan kaayong mga kung ano moderating variables. But pwede ra gyud na siya sa nun. This is the case of my dissertation. I used the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology model in my study. So wala na ako nagamit ani mga moderators niya. Kaya na ako'y kaugalingon ako moderator. So gigamit lang nako ang kadtong basic nga model, no? According to this theory, kung makapasayon siya sa akong trabaho, not makapasayon, makapahimo nako nga mas makapa-promote nako sa trabaho, kung gamiton nako ni ma-improve akong performance, ma-promote ko sa trabaho, then gamiton nako. Another variable is kung sayon siya gamiton, then therefore gamiton nako. Kung niingon ang akong friends, social influence, kung niingon akong friends nga gamitan na dear, kay gamitan na ging, best, gamita best, kay effective gid siya, mapuslanon, then ako siyang gamiton. Kung naa siya sa akong institution, naa siya sa eskwelahan, available siya, pues gamiton. No? So, mao na ang buot ipasabot ana. In the case of my study, I did a different moderating variable, and after qualitative research, there are also two emerging themes that arise. No? So, these are the different theories and models nga pwede nato gamiton kung maghimo ta og study about technology. Karon, atong pangutana, ma'am, unsa kadagko or unsa kadaghan ang akong sample, no? Gaano kalaki yung aking respondents? Gaano karami pala yung aking respondents when I do a quantitative study? Okay, it depends. Later on we are going to discuss that. Now, if you are going to do a random sampling or a probably sampling, the first requirement is a sampling frame or a list of all the possible target population. No? For example, I'll give you one example. No? We are all teachers, right? Sometimes we require our students to do reporting. Then we will say, okay, I will select randomly kung sino ang magre-report on day 1. On the scheduled day 1 of the reporting. So how do you know nga lahat sila have the same chance to report on day 1? Of course, you should have a list of all the reporters, both on day 1, of all the reporters for day 1, day 2, day 3, for example, no? You have 15 students, for example. Dapat you have the list of all 15 students so that all 15 students will have the same chance of probability na magre-report on day 1. Okay? If, for example, hindi ka gagamit ng sampling frame kasi random, pero you already have a person in mind, sino ang magre-report, then that is not random anymore. Okay? Again, random or probability, the first requirement is dapat meron kang sampling frame. Meron kang listahan ng lahat ng posibleng target population. Because without the sampling frame, paano ka bubunot ng names para magiging respondent sila? Okay? How can you take out the names of the possible respondents? Now, in social studies researches, social sciences researches, it is almost impossible to get the names and their contact numbers kasi nga meron tayong privacy data privacy law. Okay? Meron tayong data privacy law. So it's impossible to get, almost impossible to get their names and their corresponding contact information. So what do? We settle for non-random sampling. By the way, this principle is according to Sekaran in 2003. Sekaran is, I think, a Malaysian researcher who is based in America. According to him, in social sciences researches, because of the limitation of getting the names, getting the list of all the possible participants, mahirap siya. So we settle for non-random sampling, purposive sampling. Now, if we are going to do purposive sampling, then the first criteria or the first requirement is we should have inclusion and exclusion criteria. Sino ang dapat kasali? Sino ang hindi dapat kasali sa iyong sample or sa iyong sampling? So that right from the start, alam mo na ito yung grupo ng mga tao na they are the one qualified to provide you with the data to answer your research question in mind. Okay? Again, if you want to do some random sampling, the first criteria is a sampling frame or listahan sa tanan nga tao sa imong target population. Listahan sa ngalan o sa ilang contact information. Aron nga kung mabunot nimo ang ilang pangalan, imo silang kontakon aron mahimo silang imong respondent sa imong study. Now, kung wala kay sampling frame, kay lisod na kuhaon sa HR, lisod kuhaon sa registrar, kay naatay data privacy law, then you settle for non-random sampling, na purposive sampling. It may be weak, but it is the only possible, the only alternative that we have. Kay wa man tay sampling frame. So unsaon man to pag-ensure nga ang tanan nga naa dinha sa imong purposive sampling, they are the qualified respondents. Dapat naa kay inclusion and exclusion criteria. Kinsa ang naay appeal sa imong sample, kinsa ang walay labot sa imong sampling, sa imong sample. Okay? So these are the two thoughts that I want you to remember when you do a research project. Now, how do we determine the sample size? Okay. Kung kabalo ka sa number of your target population, say for example, kabalo ka nga 1,000 kabuok ang maestra sa Iligan City High, kay balo ka sa population, sa number, then you are going to do Kredzi and Morgan in 1970 and Sloven's formula. Kay kaning Kredzi and Morgan, kinahanglan niya ang population. In the same way, ang Sloven's formula, it needs the number of the population so that you can compute for the sample. However, kung dili ka kahibalo, kung pila ang number sa imong target population, then I would suggest that you settle for G-power calculator or the Green's table in 1991. So, unsa man ni sila, no? Unsa man ni sila? Okay. Ang Kredzi and Morgan, ang table ni Kredzi and Morgan, naa siya'y population, and for a corresponding population size, naa kay sample size. No? So, dapat scientific ang atong pag-determine sa sample size. Dili nga, naamay 100, pwede na 20 o pwede na 30? No. Because when we write a research, may it be a thesis, a dissertation, or a research article, dapat tanan nga atong buhaton, lahat ng gagawin natin sa ating research project should be supported with literature. How you identify the target population, how you determine the sample, how you determine the sample size, everything should be backed up with literature. Dili pwede ang magbuot-buot, ha? Because we want to publish our paper in index journal. We want our study to be really scientific. So everything that we do in our paper, in our research project, should always be backed up with literature. So for example, if you have 10, your population is 10, of course, your sample is 10. Okay, mabuhat, no? The smaller the sample, the smaller the population, the bigger is the the bigger is the sample. So for example, 15 imong population, 14 rapod imong sample, no? But if you have 100 population, 100 individuals in your population, then according to Krejci and Morgan, you will need 80 minimum 80 per sample, no? 80 ka buok nga sample. Of course, di man ka sure nga kanang 80 ka tawo imong gipili, dapat na akay backup nga gipili na pod. Or for example, you have a 500 nga population, then your sample is 217. Or kung 5,000 imong population, according to Krejci and Morgan, you will need 357 nga sample. Okay, how about the Sloven's formula? I told you earlier nga kinahanglan nato masayran ang ang population size aron ma-compute nato ang sample size. Without the idea kung pila ang population, we cannot compute for Sloven's formula. By the way, katong mga maayo sa math, pwede nila manumanuhon o compute. They can do it manually. But katong mga techie, you can use the sample size calculator. So how do we do that? Okay, let's visit the sample size calculator. Okay, please tell me, can you still see my screen? Hello, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, good. Okay, sample size calculator. For example, no, kapoy magtanaw sa kuan, Krejci and Morgan niya. Ang akong sample size, kay wala man dito na number, no, kaya akong sample size is 185. And then, ang imong confidence level is, of course, no, in social sciences researches, ang confidence level nato is 95, meaning that the result of your study is 95%. You are confident that you are 95% confident nga generalizable ang results sa imong study. And the margin of error is 5%. So you're going to calculate kung pila ang imong respondents. So out of 185, you need 126 responses. Ya kay di man ka sure nga kanang 126 nga imong napili, mao gyud na sila ang mo respond. So dapat unsa man? Dapat mag-float ka sa imong questionnaire ngadto sa 150 ka mga tawo. Kay kanang 126 minimum man na siya. Dili na siya maximum ha, minimum. Given that your population is 185. Okay? Okay, let's go back. Now, for example, G-power calculator. So, ang G-power calculator kaganina, balikan ako ha. Ingon ko nga kung kahibalo, kung determine na to ang sample, ang target population mo, gamit ta sa Krejci and Morgan o Sloven's formula. Pero kung wala ka na kahibalo sa population size, then mo gamit ta og G-power or Green's table. Unsa day ang feature ni G-power? Si G-power is magkinahanglan ka sa imong research model to identify the number of predictors. Okay? Balikan ako tong research models ganina, no? Di ba ganina nag-introduce ko og mga research models kani? So, kinahanglan nato ang predictors. Kani mo ni ang mga predictors, kaning mga arrows pointing to this endogenous variable. These are the predictors. Kaning mga arrow. So, kaning arrow from this and this pointing to your endogenous variable or dependent variable. In structural equation modeling, gitawag nato siya og endogenous variable, friends. Kaya nga naman, ga-point man sa iya ang mga independent variables nato, no? And then, ang imong endogenous variable can also be an exogenous variable to another endogenous variable. So, take note nga naatay mga research models and theories, no? Kaning number of predictors nga atong gisulti mo ni ang number of arrows pointing to a variable, to an endogenous variable. For example, this one, kanina ay duha ka variable, kanina ay duha ka predictors, kanina ay isa ka predictor. Take note ha, nga kinahanglan nato i-determine duha man kabuk ang atong dependent variable ani, di ba? Intention o behavior. Pero si behavior na ay duha ka predictor, si variable usa lang. Take note, importante nga masayra nato unsa nga variable ang ga-receive Anong variable ang tumatanggap ng mas maraming predictors? Okay, here. The intention receives more predictors than the use behavior. Okay? Here, intention also receives more predictors than the behavior. Here, the intention receives 3 predictors, while behavior receives only 2 predictors, the intention and the control. Here, wala. Dito, the intention receives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 predictors. No? While the use behavior only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? So meaning to say that the intention receives more predictors compared to the use behavior. In this model, the intention receives 3 predictors, meaning meron siyang 3 predictors, while the use behavior has only 2 predictors. Now let's go back to G power calculator. For example, we are looking at the theory of planned behavior. Theory of planned behavior, meron tayong dalawang endogenous variable, intention and behavior. However, behavior receives only one predictor. Take note yung model niya, meron lang siyang isang predictor dito. Whereas yung intention, meron siyang 3 predictors. So, take note that when you use G power calculator, you look at the most number of predictors pointing to a dependent or endogenous variable. So how do we do that? You go to online. By the way, you can download this for free and then download. No, of course, in my case, I will not download it anymore because I already have that in my upload. What's that? In my what's this? Desktop. So here is the G power calculator. I will just show you how we use G power calculator. So you click the G power calculator. Suppose you already have downloaded it, ha? So in G power calculator, you have t-test. So t-test is for, you have the different test family, t-test, f-test, chi-square test, z-test. So for example, you are interested to do t-test, no? You are going to do, and for f-test, meron kang iba't ibang statistical assumption, statistical test na gagamitin. But say, for example, you are interested to do linear regression, linear multiple regression. Kasi nga, di ba, look at our model. Let's go back to our model. Sandali, Let's go back to our model. Okay, here. Di ba yung model natin is using multiple linear regression lang, no? So that is why, based on your model, go to your G power, effect size, according to Cohen friends, it's safe to use a medium effect size. See? Pag clinic mo yan, lalabas yung different effect size. How do we do that? It's safe to use medium effect size. So we click the 0.15. And then the error of probability is always 0.05 because in social sciences studies, the level of confidence is always 95%. Except when you are doing medicine, your level of confidence should be 99.999%. Okay. The power, according to Cohen again, is safe to use 0.80, no? Or 80% power. And then the number of predictors, let's go back to our model. How many predictors we have? Most number of predictors pointing to an endogenous, we have 3. So we put 3. Okay. Again, we use the G power kung hindi natin alam kung ano yung population size. Okay? So when you have already indicated the effect size, which is medium, 15%, the alpha, which is the p-value, which is 0.05, and the power, which is 80%, and the number of predictors, so you click calculate. Okay, according to G power, you need a total sample size of 77. Minimum sample size. Okay? Okay. Say for example, your predictor has 6, say for example, no, kasi complicated yung model na ginamit mo. You have 6. So the sample size that you will need is 98 individuals. Okay? Gets? Okay. Now, say for example, wala tay internet, saon man na. So, ato ta kang green table. Pareha na sila og principal, si green o si G-power. So, kani, mugamit ta, we are dependent on the number of predictors. Say for example, diri sa atong sample nga model, we have the most number of predictors pointing to an endogenous. It does not matter whether the endogenous is here o naapag isa dito basta kadtong endogenous, meaning dito ga point sa iya ang mga predictors and the most number mao na tong basihan ha. So for example, tuluman iyang predictors, the most number of predictors, then using the G power, kung gusto kag small effect size, you will need 547 population sample. Pero kung need kag medium effect size, you need 76. Di ba kaganina sa katong sa G power 77, diri 76. Kung large ang imong effect size, 35 imong gamiton. Okay? So this is how you determine the sample size in your quantitative research. Now, how about qualitative? No? Okay. Kagani nag-introduce man ako both quantitative and qualitative. How about quantitative? Now, it depends on your type of study. If you are doing case study, according to Morse in 1995, you need 6 participants. By the way, friends, kung you are doing a qualitative study, call the subject of your research as participants. Pero if you are doing quantitative, you call them as respondents. Okay? So balik ta. Suppose you are doing a case study, then you need 6 according to Morse in 1995. Pero according to Creswell, okay na ang 3 to 4. And according to Body in 2016, you can have one person, one group, or one institution. Depende sa imo ha, no? But of course, depende kung kinsa ang imong i-cite nga researcher or scholar. For example, you are doing a case study and you want to employ 3 individuals, then cite Creswell 2007. If you are doing phenomenological study, according to Creswell, in 1998, 20 to 30 ka mga tao pwede na. Pero later on, he said, pwede ra ang 2007. No, sorry. Pwede ra ang napulo kabuok. Pwede na yung 10 tao or 10 participants in the study. You can already reach the data. You can already reach data saturation. By the way, how do you know na you are going to stop na recruiting participants for your study? No, for example, interview. How do you know nga you will stop? By the way, you just don't stop recruiting participants. So for example, you say, 3, okay na ng 3. 6, okay na napulo. 15 akong gamito. No, you don't do that. Aside that you cite the scholars, the the main determinant nga makasulti ka sa imong kaugalingon nga stop na ka pag-recruit og participants sa imong qualitative study is kung niabot na ka sa data saturation. Unsa man ang buot ipasabot sa data saturation? Ang data saturation, say for example, nag-interview ka og 3 ka tawo, no? Naghimo ka og phenomenological study, 3 ka tawo imong gi-interview. And kaning 3 ka tawo pare-pareha ra gyud ang data imong na-gather, no? Walay new nga nadugang. Wala nay something new. Then it means to say you have already reached data saturation. Saturated na ang data, wala nay bag-o nga information nga imong na kuha. But say for example, ang duha ka tawo nga imong na-interview pare-pareha ra gyud, no? Walay bag-o nga data or bag-ong information. Pag abot sa ikatulo nga tawo na ay new nga information nga nakuha nimo, then It is a clue that you need another participants. You need to recruit another participant. Kung pag-abot sa ikaduha nga participant, walay na bag-o related to the new information, no? Related to the information nga na-share. Then it means to say saturated na ang data. You don't need to recruit any more participants. But hangtod nga naapagi bag-ong information nga gaabot sa kada participants nga imong I mean to say, naapagi bago, meron pa ring mga new information na nakukuha mo from each participant na nire-recruit mo. Then it is a clue na you have to recruit more participants. Okay? Now, if you are doing a grounded theory, then you need a bigger sample, no? A bigger number of population. Kasi nga, you are going to conduct small researches, and then out of these small researches, you develop a theory. That is why you need a bigger number of participants. If your method of collecting data is focus group discussion, according to Kruger and Casey, you can have 5 to 10. According to Whitehead and Annals, you can have 4 to 12. According to Bodie, you can have 12. Depending on the scholar that you are citing, maupod na ang number nga imong i-recruit, and depende po kung na-saturate na ba ang data. Okay? If ang imong population pare-pareha og characteristic, meaning to say pare-pareha sila TLE teacher sa senior high school teaching bread and pastry, homogeneous ang imong population, then you can have 10 participants. Pero kung hetero, then you can have more. Kaya syempre, expected that you will have new data coming up every time you make an interview. If you wanted to do an in-depth personal one-on-one interview, you can have 6 to 12 participants. Nganong 6 man, kay basin og saturated na di ay. Baka kung na-saturate na yung data, ibig sabihin, wala nang bagong data na lumalabas from any of your 6 participants, then it's enough. You don't need to recruit more participants. Pero pag hanggang sa meron pa ring bagong data na nakukuha, then you can recruit more participants. Of course, if your study is ethnography, you need a big group kasi nga buong community ang iyong oobserbahan. Probably among them you will conduct interview. Okay? So that's the difference with the sampling of quantitative and qualitative. In quantitative, you need the population size, and if you have the population size, you can employ Craigie and Morgan, or you can use the Sloven's formula, or you can use the online sampling calculator. But if you don't know the number of the population, then you can settle for green, provided that you have a research model or conceptualized model or hypothesized model that you use in your study. Alternately, in qualitative, you call your subjects as participants, and it needs a smaller number of participants depending on data saturation. So how do you gather data? In quantitative, you do survey, either you administer it face-to-face or you do the survey online. You do the survey by sending it through postal mail, or you do survey on phone. Okay. Alternately, on the other hand, for qualitative data collection, you can do online forums, you can do focus group discussion, you can do web survey chat. Kasi nga techie na tayo, di ba? We are limited with mobility and face-to-face interactions. We do web chat. We can visit online communities and discuss there, or you can do in-depth interviews. And for the data analysis, in quantitative, you have, of course, the statistical techniques. You can have the descriptive statistics, and then you can have inferential statistics. Use the descriptive statistics to describe the population. Describe the population. You can do inferential statistics if you want to generalize the results from your sample to your population. On the other hand, kung qualitative data naman ang gagamitin natin to approach our topic, research topic in mind, then we can have directed content analysis, conventional content analysis, or you can have summated content analysis. Directed content analysis is kung meron ka ng model, okay, take note yung model natin kanina, for example, dito. So yung pag-analyze natin sa data is according to the different variables that we are studying. Ano yung sinasabi ng mga participants about attitude? Ano yung sinasabi ng mga participants about subjective norm? Ano yung experiences ng mga participants or perspectives, ideas, concepts of the participants about perceived behavioral control? Meaning, the way you analyze the data is directed or it is controlled by your model, or it is controlled or directed by your variables under study. Pero, yung conventional content analysis, you don't know what is the model. Hindi mo alam kung ano yung lalabas. Hindi mo alam kung ano yung lalabas, yung emerging data. That is our conventional. You go through with the flow of the data and then you just pick kung ano yung sasagot doon sa research question mo. Okay? And then out of those categories that you have identified, out of the codes that you have identified, you develop a category. And out of those category, you develop a theme. And then you have already you already have the analysis of your study. Yung summated content analysis naman, ginagamit natin siya if we are interested to know, to understand what is the idea of our participants about a particular word. For example, we are interested to determine what is pandemic, what the word pandemic means to our participants. Okay? So, summated content. Kung ano yung meaning ng word na yun. For example, others would say it is time with family. Right? Kasi pandemic, we tend to stay at home, work at home, so you have more time with family. Other participants may say it is economic crisis. Kasi nga hindi ka makakapag-drive ng tricycle, hindi ka makakapag-vendor, hindi ka makakapagtinda sa palengke. Okay? It is, see, different, just one word, pandemic, but it can mean different things for different individuals. For the student, it could mean loneliness kasi hindi nila nakakasama yung kanilang mga classmates, yung mga best friends, yung mga buddies, yung mga barkada nila. Okay? Take note, qualitative analysis, isang word, just pandemic, but it can mean different thing to different individuals. Okay? That is summated content analysis. So, as to how you do that, as to how you approach your research, di ba kanina we talk about the different possible research areas that we want to look into during this this pandemic time or during this new normal. Meron tayong mga research ideas, and then how we approach these ideas, either it's quantitative or qualitative, and then how we recruit the sample, how we identify the target population and the sample, how we determine the sample size, and then how we gather the data, how we analyze the data. Then I'm sure you are guided now how to do your research project. Okay, so that ends my topic. If you have any questions, I would entertain before I will give you time for your what's that, for your workshop. Okay, I will stop now my presentation. Yes, Ma'am Case. If there are questions, I'm interested.
Ma'am Case.
Yes.
Ma'am
Yes.
Jai.
Yes, good morning. There is
You are recognized, sir.
Yes, Sir Roque, you are recognized for your question.
Thank you, Onjay. Ma'am Namoco, ano ma'am, yeah, my students now in methods of research for
Mm.
their thesis proposal, I let them, ah, the title is anong Tibet schools in Northern Mindanao. Dayon, it's about quality education during this time of pandemic, something like that. And then na confused sila because the group of students are home economics, and then I choose the different qualification title of TESDA related to home economics,
Mhm.
and then sila yung pinapagpipili ko. Then the chosen qualification title, yun ang i-conduct nila in Northern Mindanao in different TESDA schools, TVI school. Then according to the nagtatanong sila na, sir, ilan talaga yung sample respondents na namin target. Sabi ko, okay, we have to consider the test the assessment na they for the students ano uh, there are only 10 assessee in during the conduct of assessment. And as I look at the table, merong 10 na population, and then ang sample din is 10. So parang nagka-coincidence yun, ma'am.
Mhm.
Parang in my part, tama pa rin pala ako.
Mhm.
Ah,
Because the smaller your population is, well, you don't have a choice. You have to take them all. Mm-mm.
yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Kasi nga, any more?
Questions from the participants in Google Meet?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes, Sir Alan. Nice
Hello,
to
ma'am.
listen to hear again
Yes, ma'am. I'm
after
so
a
proud.
million years.
I'm so proud of
Salamat,
you, ma'am.
sir.
Okay. So, okay lang, ma'am. I have four questions to you individually.
No problem.
Okay.
Kung maglisod kog tubag si Jai Jai. Friends na
So,
Jai.
parang naminaw ko package professor nga discuss both quantity and quality, ma'am, no? So, I'm so happy to hear you. Okay, my first question is that in a true experimental research, quantity research, where control groups do not receive an intervention, right? And
Yes.
then an experimental group receive an intervention.
Mm.
So how can we assure that the researcher will not become biased in that particular experimental groups?
Sir, una sa tanan,
Yes,
kung
ma'am.
dili random ang atong pag-assign dili random atong pag-assign ha, meaning that
Yes,
for
ma'am.
example sa atong eskwelahan natay 10 sections for example lang, no? Although ang pagpili nato sa control og sa for example sa first year natay napulo ka section, no? First
Yes, ma'am.
year nga industrial arts say for example. Although ang pagpili nato sa duha ka section is random kay isa kuan man nimo nakay listahan sa 10 sections, so section 1, section 2, section down to section 10. Lukot-lukot kag papel, pili kag isa didto mao ni ang control, pili kag isa mao ni ang control group. So pagtan-aw nimo section F control group nya. Section H mao ni ang experimental. So random.
Okay.
Pero ang pag-assign nimo sa mga tao didto wala na ka nag-random assignment, wa ka nigon nga uy napulo ka buk gikan sa section 1 butang dire napulo upat no kay 40 man kay estudyante gikan sa usa ka section, no?
Yes,
Nya
ma'am.
10 section napulo ka buok randomly assign ibutang dire gikan sa section 2 napulo. Well, you don't do that, no? Kay logically and practically kinsa may maestro mo sugot nga makuha og napulo ka estudyante na upat ka estudyante iyang classroom, or kinsa man nga estudyante, meaning to say kung unsa tong naka-assign dito nga mga estudyante mao na to imong pilion, although random ang imong pagpili kung kinsa nga section, okay?
Okay.
So kay dili wa man nato na random na dili ta makatawag og true experimental, quasi experimental, okay? Mao na akong gusto nga first nga i-correct. Unsa to imong question, sir Lan?
Kung bias ba since ang experimental groups kay naama intervention, so probably pwede ba mabias yung
Si teacher.
Yes, yes, yung the
So ang
researcher.
mahitabuan na ano, mabias gyud si teacher. So unsa may buhaton nimo dapat? According to scholars, dili na according to me ha, according to scholars, mo train ka og kauban. No? Mo
Okay.
train ka og kauban nga sa imong patudluon. Na kay module. So for example, ikaw ang nag-develop sa module. Both
Okay.
the same module, ang isa i-implement sa control group, ang isa i-implement sa unsa ni? Sa experimental group. Say for
Experiment.
example, the same content, of course, parihag content, lahi lang ang approach kay naamang kay treatment sa imong experimental group. So kadtong imong kauban nga maestra, mao to imong ipaghandle sa experimental group. And another teacher, imo pong ipaghandle sa control group. Dili gyud ikaw. Kay kung ikaw man good, labi na ikaw ang researcher, ikaw pa gyud ang nag-develop sa module, tao raman gud ta sir, no? We are
Okay.
human being. Posible man tarungon gud ni nako akong experimental kay ako ra ba gyud ning study. Kaning isa ako ra ning relax kay okay raman eh, no?
Okay.
No matter how honest we want to be, we cannot do away with human biases. So dito ka mo train ka og kauban nga teachers.
Okay.
Kay sila ang mo-handle sa experimental o sa control group. Igo ra gyud ka nag-develop sa module, igo ka nag-develop sa research instrument.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Natubag na
okay,
ko
ma'am.
ang pangutan na Sir Lan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Of
Okay.
course. Follow-up question lang. For example, you have already defined, you have already stated na, kumbaga, that particular result, there's no other way man ba? Di ba sabi mo, wag mong i-manipulate, right?
Yes.
Then you have to go into literature.
Mm.
How about, ma'am? How about in that certain point of your study, there's nothing found, you cannot found any in the literature that support the particular result. So what's your basis on that?
Wala
Kumbaga,
gyud support.
wala ka nang makita dun sa literature kasi most probably your study is recent. Then tapos sabi mo, di ba, wag mong i-manipulate yung
Data.
that particular result. Yes, data. So what's the other option?
Look at the demographic profile of your respondents. Unsa may ilang kinaiya? Unsa ilang characteristics? Unsa ilang socio-demographic profile? Unsa ilang academic achievement? Unsa ilang nature? And then look at that. So for example, mga kuan manggod sila, they belong to far-flung areas. Mao na dili effective ang akong trainer. Kay wala gyud kanang zero knowledge gyud sila ini. Then kadto nga perspective naa kay makuha nga literature. And this agrees to the study of, for example, Namoco in 2015 that students who belong to remote areas have difficulty accessing technology, therefore blah blah blah.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Another question, ma'am. Okay lang?
Yes, no problem. Napatay time.
Okay,
Napatay time, no? Okay.
I have observed that you have not included policy analysis and historical research in your presentation. Anyway, thus policy analysis and historical research are still the best qualitative research that will be applicable in researching technology education, ma'am. Can you give some...
Depende gid sir sa imong unsa gid imong gusto mahitabo sa study. You can do that quantitatively. For example, giunsa pag-implement, no? Giunsa pag-implement quantitatively. And what are the factors that influence the implementation of these policies? You can do that quantitatively, no? What are the factors that influence the implementation of policies, no? So you can do that quantitatively. But kung mao na ang imong tuyo sa imong research, no? Unsa man ang mga factors nga makapadasig or makapaluya or makahinder sa pag-implement sa mga policies according to literature, mauni nga factors, then you do a survey and then analyze statistically. Pero kung ang imong what you have in mind is mas ma-answer man gyud ni siya kung akong interviewon ang mga school heads ba, mas ma-answer man gyud ni siya kung akong interviewon ang mga teachers. Naagyo something gawas aning gisulti sa literature, naagyo something out there. Naagyud, wa lang ko kahibalo kung unsa ni siya. Ako ra yung Siron. Let me know, let me find out what are these factors, usa ni mga bagay-bagay nga nakapahinder nga ngano man gyud nga uban di man gyud mag-implement, ngano ang uban na amang gyud mga corruption. For example lang, no? For example lang. Then you go out and interview. Depend again, ang akong point is depende gyud kung giunsa nimo pagtan-aw para masulbad ang problema.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
So another question is, this is a real experience. One of my friend, nag-study siya about his masteral, but he was sad to say he was not able to continue because the problem again, as you have said, about data privacy, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Then I asked him, why do you want to continue? Then he said, because of data privacy. Then you have recently presented that actually dili na siya problema, right? About random, non-random in quantity sampling, right, ma'am?
Yes,
So
yes,
can you
yes.
expound? Can you give some specific sample about that particular respondent? Unsa dapat yung buhaton niya to in terms of dengue cases, ma'am? Like example, the dengue cases. What should be the non-random approach in the way you have understand it, ma'am?
Okay, dengue cases for example. So, di ba kaganina yung code non-probability sampling, purposive. Tuyuan gyud ni mga kana sila ang imong respondents, no? So for example ka wala man ka kahibalo di ka kakuha dito sa barangay health o kuan kanang listahan. So sige, quantitative magyuga, no? Quantitative. So, random sampling. So, unsa or man, di ba, kaganina, yung ko dapat naka-inclusion and exclusion criteria. So, unsa man nga type of respondents ang imong gipangita. Mga bata ba nga age 1 to 10 years old? Mao na imong inclusion criteria, no? Age 1 to 10 years old, nagka-dengue in the last 5 years, mao na imong criteria, no? Inclusion criteria. Mga bata nga 1 to 10 years old, mao na imong first inclusion criteria. Nagka-dengue in the last 5 years. Tulo, wala nakadawat og unsa ni dingvax for example lang, no? Mao na ang mga inclusion criteria. Or for example, nagpuyo sa rural areas, no? For example, mo ang inclusion criteria. Meaning to say, tanan nga na-identify nimo nga nagswak ani nga mga criteria, sila ang pwede nimo mahimong sample. Say for example, na akan nahinagbo nga 15 years old.
Okay.
So di na siya pwede. Now, by the way, kung giunsa nimo pag-identify ang criteria nimo, it should always be backed up with literature. I'll give you one example. In my own dissertation, nangayo ko sa HR nga, ma'am, can I have the names of kuan kanang faculty members sa kaning university? Kay kaniman nga university akong population from Claveria down to Oroqueta. No, ma'am, sorry, we cannot give you that. No? So sabay akong gisettle. I did purposive sampling. So na ako'y kuan, ako'y kanang criteria. It should be a faculty of kaninga university, employee of the kaninga university. So meaning to say employee, tanan yung employee, security guard, ana. Pero naapa man ko another criteria, dapat teaching faculty. No? Pwede siya regular or part-time. Kay kung regular lang, gamay ra ako makuha. Kay daghan ba putag part-time. Nya dapat nagtudlo siya kani nga mga subjects. No? And then ang recruitment is based on CMO number blah blah blah. No? Okay. So exclusion criteria kadtong mga empleyado nga dili teaching faculty. So karon pag abot sa akong questionnaire, na ako'y filtering question dito Sir Lan. Number 1, empleyado ba ka sa USTP? Yes or no? Kung yes, padayon paliho. No. Kung no ang imong answer, thank you for your time. please do not proceed answering the question. Kay online man ko, kay tuaman ko sa Malaysia, ani nga nitabo. Second question, kung yes, please proceed answering number 2. So ang second question ako is, are you a teaching faculty of USTSP? If your answer is no, thank you for your time. Please do not continue answering. If your answer is yes, please proceed to answer. So mo ang akong gipangbuhat sa akong kaugalingong study aron nga sure ko nga ang nagtubag sa akong questionnaire are teaching employees. So in fact, dahil nag-ingon sa ako nga, ma'am, mag-answer na unta ko, ma'am, pero security guard man good ko. Naamigo na hinoon ako siya, no? Naamiga na hinoon ako siya. It's all right. Okay ra gyud kaayo. Yan na siya nga, ma'am, sorry ma'am, di ko ka-appeal. Okay lang. Kay syempre, dili man sa ang gi-expect nako nga muhatag og idea about pedagogy. Do you expect a janitor and a security guard to know about pedagogy? That is why naatay inclusion and exclusion criteria.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Last question, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it possible to combine both quali and quanti research method?
Yes, I did
what
that
is-
in my own dissertation.
Okay, what is
Mixed
your
method.
advice? Yes, ma'am. What is your advice in conducting both method considering time duration period? Is it possible you can finish it during the thesis or your thesis or dissertation period, ma'am?
I
That span of
finished
time.
dissertation in exactly 3 years. I
Wow.
went to Malaysia in February 9. I went back in February 9, 2012, 17. I came back to Philippines February 12, 2020. 3 years and 3 days. Okay, the point is, yes, pwede ra gyud mahimo ang well, katumang kung ako akay kuan ko kanang full time, no? Wala ko nagtrabaho. Well, ang kanya depende sa imong problem, sir. Kung ang imong tuyo nga nag-qualitative ka, aron nga i-explain ang result sa imong quantitative, which is mo akong gibuhat. So, naay result sa quantitative, for example, na significant relationship, nganong significant man, na insignificant relationship, nganong dili man siya significant. So, naay mga, mo ni gitawag og explanatory mixed method, no? Meaning to say, na kay quantitative data, gi-explain siya further with qualitative data. Na po isa exploratory, meaning nag-start ka with qualitative data, ang resulta adto nga qualitative data imong gitest quantitatively. Now unsaon paghuman og dali? Depende na sa imong pag-gather sa data. Are you going to gather the data at the same time together? Or human ka nag-conduct sa quantitative data, nag-conduct ka sa qualitative data? Sequential. So actually, Sir Lan, as to how to finish that within time frame, naaragyod na sa imuhang time management, no?
Okay.
And
Thank you so much.
okay, so kaya lang, Sir Lan, no? And I suggest before ka mag-decide nga mixed method or whatever, dapat naanagyog kay sakto nga literature reviews aron nga pag-abot sa data analysis di na kamalangan.
Thank you,
Muna
ma'am,
ako
for
suggest.
wonderful insight. Thank you so much.
Sir.
Okay. Doc Namoco, there's
Yes.
also a question from the YouTube from Saudi Tauntong. His question is, it is possible to apply different analysis to qualitative research. It is possible to apply different analysis to qualitative research.
Is it possible? Well, I would ask you, I would bring you to your research question. I would bring you to your research question. What is your research question? No? If your research question dictates that you are going to, of course, your research question, your methodology will determine, your research question will determine your methodology. Okay? And your methodology, nandoon na yung data analysis. So if your research question requires you to do conventional analysis, kasi nga hindi mo alam kung ano yung nasa ground. Say for example, exploring the experiences of the teachers during pandemic time. hindi mo alam kung ano yung mga experiences na yon. So you are going to use conventional analysis. No? So again, to answer that question, go back to your research question. Paano mo kinonstruct yung research question? If your research question would warrant you to use both directed and conventional content analysis, then do it. But if your research question dictates that you are going to use directed content analysis, then okay, I'll give you an example. Let me look into my dissertation, and then I will show you for a while lang ha. I will show you kung bakit yun ang content kung bakit yun ang analysis na ginawa ko doon sa study. Okay? For a while, please give me a short time to retrieve my thesis. My dissertation pala. Okay, I'm still opening my Word document. Sandali lang. Because my dissertation is a mixed method. Okay. Wait. Allow me to share my screen. So this is my study, problem statement, research objectives. Okay. Research question. Okay, my research question is, because this third question is the quantitative part. Okay, I'll highlight this. Why are there variations in the acceptance and use of technology among the Philippine State University educators and their teaching activities? Okay, take note, friends, that in my previous research questions, meron na identified ko na yung model, no? I have already identified the model, so that in my third research question, I ask, why are there variations? Meaning that in every model, in every variable, merong variations in the acceptance and use of technology. Okay, I'll show you my conceptual framework. Okay. Okay, here, this is my conceptual framework. Meaning to say, bakit merong variations sa expectance, merong variations sa relationship between expectance of performance expectancy and behavioral? Bakit merong variation? Meaning, bakit it is significant or it is insignificant? Wait. Why is it that the relationship is significant or not significant? Bakit mayroong variation doon sa relationship na yon? So that is my research question. Therefore, in my analysis, in my data analysis, in my data analysis, I used directed content analysis. Okay, so directed content analysis, meaning in my variable one, these are the themes that have emerged in my study. Yeah, I have, di ba yung research question is, why are there variations? Kasi merong mga enabling factors and merong hindering factors. Okay? So again, that is why I was sharing earlier that it always depends on your research question. Now, if your research question would warrant that you use both analysis, then use it.
Okay.
But if you, okay.
Doc Sara, Saudi Tantong answered that his question is from under one study.
Yes. Okay.
Same.
Sandali. Is he referring to a particular research question or is he referring to the whole study itself? If
Maybe,
he is referring to the whole research itself, di ba yung research natin merong research question number 1, research question number 2,
one.
research question number 3. Posible
Yes,
yung research
ma'am.
question number 1 niya can be answered with content analysis.
Okay.
Conventional. Posible yung research question na can be answerable with directed content
Yes.
analysis.
So, ano ma'am, talagang you can use different
Yes, depending on your research
analysis.
questions.
Yes, so I think it is answered. Ma'am, another question from YouTube by Sir Jalil Benito.
That's my
He
student.
would
Hi,
just like to raise a concern. What should be the best approach in creating a research paper that involves innovation and how it differs to other type of researches such as qualitative research? Then
okay.
another follow-up,
Uh-huh.
given the situation that we are facing pandemic, how can we continue on creating our prototype when resources and equipment are unavailable? Same
Same
question
person.
from
Okay.
Sir Jalil Benito.
Okay. Number one, first na akong question, first na akong answer sa imo Jalil is why do you want to develop a prototype? First and foremost, dapat na kay gi-identify nga problem, research problem. That is why ang imong answer sa research problem is the prototype. Okay? Again, why my first question to my answer to your question is a question. Why do you want to develop a prototype? Is it to answer a particular research problem that you have in mind? So for example, na-identify niyo nga na a problem sa manipulative skills sa estudyante. There is a problem in the manipulative skills of your student. If that is your problem, then you are going to develop a prototype so that the students will learn manipulatively through the prototype that you have developed. Now, how are you going to test its effectiveness, its efficiency in addressing the problem? Kasi yung pinaka-problema na na-identify mo is yung academic performance kasi nga problema yung manipulative skills. Especially, di ba, yung TLE, mga TVET is more on manipulation, mga skills. So, meron tayong problema doon, identify natin yung mga problema na yun. That is why we are developing the prototype. Now, in developing the prototype, I have introduced to you the different models that you will follow in developing this. You can use Dick and Carry, you can use rapid prototyping, you can use ADDIE, you can use Assure. Any of those models you can use as you progress with the development of your study. Now, how are you going to test the effectiveness? Use quasi-experimental. I would discourage my master's students to test the efficiency of the prototype using the attractiveness, the ease of use. Well, depende kung kinsa ang imong supervisor. But if I were your supervisor, I would want you to test it using a quasi-experimental design. Okay, that's my perspective. Of course, different supervisors have different perspectives. Pero kung ang purpose sa iyong objective is mag-develop lang yung kag module, you just want to develop the prototype and then test kung magamit ba gyud siya, ga-function ba gyud siya, then let it be. But you have to support in your literature unsa man what is your contribution to the body of knowledge when you develop that prototype. Okay, Ma'am Joy, what was the second question again, please? Given
Question.
the pandemic, no? What are the limitations now? Kung nalimitahan ka sa pag-gather, if you are limited with the cost, with the time, then don't do the study. That's my suggestion. Remember that when you conduct the study, you have to consider the cost, the time, and the availability of the resources. If you don't have any, if kulang ka ini nga mga factors, why do the study in the first place? Anong magbuhat magyugana nga wa man kay resources or nalimitahan ka, you are limited with the mobility because of the pandemic. Otherwise, you will finish your masters in 10 years. Hulaton nimo ay ma-okay ang pandemic and then makapalit ka. Or na ay daghang magamit nato. For example, order ta sa Lazada, order ta sa Shopee, order ta sa kadaghan sa mga online. No? Kung panalitan, if that is the problem. But if you have exhausted all means and dili good available ang resources, my question is, why would you do the study? Okay? So, if you don't have the resources, it is not logical. It is not practical to do the study. Well,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
from the perspective of a supervisor. That's the perspective of an advisor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wait
I
lang.
think,
Kali lang, Jai. Nahinumdum
yes,
din
ma'am.
kung college ko din ha. Ang among research teacher si Ma'am Gloria. Di na ko kahinumdum sa apelyido. Ang usag yun sa akong natimanan sa iyaha is, it is of, you do the research because it is of your interest and there are available resources. Kung walay available resources, ayaw mo ang study. No? Kana lang. Yan na lang nakasayon nga tubag.
Nag-thank you si Jalil,
Jalil.
ma'am. Kwaon ko no
Welcome,
kanyang
Jalil.
advisor. Ikaw na daw yung advisor next year. I
Okay.
think no more questions.
Wala na? Ay, na pa.
Ano pa?
Si Sir Ihares.
Yes. From Mr. Christian Mark Ihares. Sir,
Yes,
you're
sir.
acknowledged.
Actually, I conducted research, pero as of now, due to this pandemic times, we're more focusing on my students. Kasi one of the problem that we encounter, number one is my students would be deployed to the respective OGT sa kumpanya, because we are we are an institution that trains Saudi technicians
Wow.
that all over the kingdom. So
Wow.
kami po yung, because we are the institution that supports the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, na
Wow.
kailangan most of the technician by 2030 would be Saudis.
Mhm.
So really, we already aware that most of the affected in terms of education is yung tech book,
Mhm.
lalo na sa automotive, kasi
Yes,
one
yes,
problem
yes.
there, one problem that I encounter, kasi I've been worried kasi we've been locked down, how many months na naka-lockdown pa rin, but thank you, in Saudi, unti-unti na silang lumuluwag. Now, the problem that I address on my study, so kasi I am worried. So how could I assess the readiness of my students upon their deployment on the OGT, sa kanilang OGT in these times of pandemic, lalo na I am handling major subject that would be this is the necessary skills na kailangan na that they should learn para maging ready sa actual work sa workshops. And we are aware that most of the workshops it is on the business side. So every skills you must master kasi they have the different flat rate na sinusunod, or else if you will not achieve that flat rate, so lugi yung kumpanya. So that is why one of the solutions that I cook up is as what you said earlier, ma'am, that if you have the materials, so mas advantage, or if not, it would be do not do the research. So
Yes.
luckily, we have the equipment which is aligned to the workshop prob. So what solution, or what solution that I do is I use my cell phone because I have an assistant Saudi instructor. So on video presentation. We are the producer of the video, we are the editor, so kami na lahat yung package. So in that particular modules. So that is why. So since so we come up with our training system now since we are experiencing lockdown. So on the first 3 months of our training, we decided that you do online first. Okay? Then we presented our output, the video outputs that would align all the competencies, the skills needed. So, pinresent namin sa kanila and they would also have an online evaluation. And recently, the Saudi government allow certain percentage of students to our school. So,
Good.
the process that na ginawa ko is before they will do the actual video, they will also pass the evaluation based on the video presented to them. So my question, my rather not a question but advice lang man on
Insight.
this type on this type. I want to realize, but I want to realize because I want also to I hope that I could find an institution that would offer fully online masteral kasi because because I want really to go back to studies kasi it's been 15 years na ako dito sa abroad. Okay, but my I have I experience I discover a lot of things but I could not apply onto the research part kasi even though doon ko nakikita yung difference sa atin sa training on technical area, that would really help in a simple and affordable na pwede nating ma-apply diyan sa ating training institution. So that is why ma'am, I want only a piece of advice for you. So how could I start and how could I share this research na which is now existing sa mga graduating students ko dito, wherein they are ready to deploy 2 weeks from now. They will be deployed on the respective companies.
So sir, are you from what I understand, you are doing a research, no?
Yes, yes.
Matatawag natin na not formal research, not
Yes.
structured, but it's just like you have identified this problem and you did a simple research. Okay, it's good.
Yes.
So I think you need to find an advisor to help you with that, no? An advisor who can help guide you in that. If for example, you want to disseminate this information because for you have observed na, oh, this one is effective. Yung ginawa ko is effective. And I want the world to know what I did. That is why I want to publish this paper. Okay? Because what you are sharing with us right now is very insightful. And sayang siya kung hindi natin ma-publish. So my suggestion is you find an advisor or you find a researcher that you are comfortable working with, and then both of you will be co-authors in that research article. Another one is, sabi mo, you are interested to sana merong online learning for masteral. Ako din, being the chairman of the department, I am also hoping that we can do online learning or distance learning for both masteral and doctoral. Kasi meron ding nag-reach out sa akin, siguro last week or the other week, he is based in America and he said he is interested to do Doctor of Technology Education. Sana daw ang USTP will offer online learning modality for this. I hope one day we will come to that point. So for now, I cannot give an answer because I am just a chairman, not the president. Joke. Pero sir, yeah, I suggest you find a researcher or that you can work with para ma-publish ang imong trabaho. Sayang man, good.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay, I think there are no more questions from YouTube. And Um, for Sir Riquino, I think, sir, you are referring to the question of Mr. Ihares. Just look for a problem in your environment, and how can you address the problem? Thank you, sir. I think there are no more questions. We'll just save your questions on our part two this afternoon. So I would like to give the the floor to our MC for today. Thank you, Doc Sara, and we will be continuing our part two.
I'm sorry to cut it for now. So we will take a break first and let's be back by 1 p.m. to continue the session. So to our YouTube viewers and participants, stay put and we will be back later. So see you later. Good afternoon, everyone. Maligayang pagbabalik. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. As we are about to start the part two of our session, we would like to remind our viewers once again to stay active in our chat box for your comments and message to our speakers. Someone on staff will be managing the chat functionality and we will address all your concerns later. And now, as we are all set, Dr. Namoco, the floor is yours. While waiting for our speakers, so let me remind once again our participants and our viewers to please sign the attendance for the afternoon session. At the same time, our evaluation will also be posted in our YouTube. So please try to fill out our Google Forms. Thank you. Dr. Novaha, are you now ready?
Yes.
Thank you. The floor is
Okay. So, gihangos ko kadali, no? I'm so sorry na miss ako ang time because we are also discussing about what's that? Pasaylo sa ako gihangos ko. Nagdali-dali ko. We're also discussing about accreditation during lunch break and then na-overwhelm sa discussion, nalimot na akong alauna na di ay. So, sige lang, 10 minutes kung late. It's alright, kaya ni, kaya, no? Kaya na tong time.
no
So,
worries.
okay na? Ako na, no? So, yeah, good afternoon once again. Salamat kay nga naapaghihapon mo. For friends who are watching on YouTube, salamat kay for staying with us. And I hope that you have learned something from this morning session. And I still hope that you will be learning from this afternoon section. Okay, so I will share now my screen. So, shout out sa mga friends and mga friends o sa mga colleagues, mga estudyante nga naminaw. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, to my dear alma mater, the College of Education, thank you once again for inviting me and for trusting me. No, it's an honor being your saan ang singular sa babae nga alumni, alumni,
Alumni.
alumna. Okay, thank you very much. It's really an honor on my part to serve back my university. We mo'y nagmold sa ako mo nang name kong maestra. So thank you very much. Okay, so once again, welcome to this afternoon session. And this afternoon, we are going to learn how to write and publish a research article. Whether that article is called from our thesis or dissertation, or we are going to start from scratch. Okay, so mo ang atong tunan this afternoon. Basically, the topics that will cover this afternoon is differentiating unsa di ang thesis o unsa ang article, and then how we find journals so we can publish our articles in the index journals, and how do we format our research article. So join me as we learn together how to do research in educational technology and in the new normal. Okay, now I mentioned earlier that you might want to convert your thesis into a research article, especially that many of you are in state university, MSU-IIT, some of you are from USTP, some of you are from other universities perhaps, and I know you already have existing thesis. So take note, friends, that it's your edge, it's your plus factor that you already have your thesis. So it's not the writing a research article of that, writing a research article out of that is not a stressful experience anymore. And writing, actually, it's just a mindset nga, lisod yun kaayo. I think it's just a mindset na talagang mahirap magsulat, no? But if we just, the power of mindset, the power of placebo effect. The pag sinabi yung, if you tell yourself that it's manageable, it's kaya, it's laban lang, kakayanin at makakaya at kakayanin, no? So writing a research article should not be a stressful experience. After all, a person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. So embrace corrections, embrace criticisms, embrace critiquing on your work, because in that way you will learn. Okay? So, unsa day ang thesis o unsa pod ang article? Of course, thesis meets the academic requirements. If you want to finish your master's degree or your doctoral degree, you will need to write a thesis or a dissertation. On the other hand, an article meets the journal's standards. That is why may mga journal na APA 6th edition format. May mga journal din who are catering educational researches or social sciences researches, but they do not use APA format. Instead, they require IEEE format in referencing. What's the difference with APA format and IEEE format? In APA format, when you cite a reference, you put the name, comma, year, or name in close parentheses, year. But in IEEE format, you just write the number. The number, see, bracket number 1, bracket number 2, bracket number 3. And then these numbers will, later on in your references, the numbers will correspond, the numbers in your references will correspond to the references that you have cited in your in-text, depending on the order that they have appeared in your text. Okay, so these are examples. Some journals would say Arial, font 12, font 14, exact 11, exact 12, the spacing or the margining, or you still have running head. These are the standards of journal. Or the journal will say we only accept articles about higher education practices. Okay, so these are the standards of the different journals, different standards. But that is for the article. But for the thesis, it depends on the requirement of the university. Now, a thesis is reviewed by a panel of examiners. Thesis panel of examiners or dissertation panel of examiners. You have your advisor, co-advisor, an expert in methodology, an expert in literature review, and an expert in statistics. Okay. So the advisor and the co-advisor will be the experts in the content. And then the other members of the committee will be an expert in methodology, expert in statistics, and expert in literature review. But of course, the arrangement of the different committee members will depend on the institutions. Okay? Depende kung ano yung practice ng IIT, ano yung practice ng USTP regarding the committee. But then again, these are the people, these are the members of the panel who will review your thesis or your dissertation. Meanwhile, an article is reviewed by a panel of blind reviewers. That is why when you submit your articles, you don't put your name and you don't put your institutional affiliation, because the journals would warrant or would want that as much as possible, the results of the review is not influenced by affiliation. So for example, ako yung nag-review ng papel, and then alam ko na for example, nakita ko yung name ng author ng article, and I know, oh, this person is my friend. So ipapapasa ko siya kasi friend ko siya. Okay? That is not the case of blind review. In blind review, you don't put your name, you don't put your affiliation, so that talagang walang biases doon sa nag-review sa iyong papel. Walang biases sa tao na nag-review ng iyong article. A thesis is separated by chapters. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Others have 6 chapters. But an article is divided by sections: introduction, methodology, or introduction, theoretical framework, methodology, data analysis results, and then conclusion, something like that. A thesis has no word limit. You can have as much as 100,000 words, 50,000 words. It does not matter. However, an article has word limits. You can have other articles would say we only accommodate 4,000 to 7,000 words, or 8,000 words only, or 8,000 to 12,000 words. Okay. The thesis has table of contents. The article has the format. The format depends on the demand or the template of the art journal. Thesis is lengthy. The research of the review of related literature and thesis is lengthy. Why? Why the review of related literature is lengthy for thesis? Because the review of literature makes you an expert in the field. Okay? By the way, in a thesis or dissertation, chapter 2 makes you proves that you are an expert in the field. Chapter 3 proves that you are an expert in methodology. So that is why in thesis, the literature is lengthy. However, in article, the literature is just enough to support why the problem is identified, and the literature is also enough to tell the readers why this problem exists. Okay? However, both thesis and article should, should pass what's IRB, review board. It's about the ethical review board in the institution. For example, in Malaysia, we have this review board that is responsible for giving you permission to conduct studies, especially involving human as subjects of your research. Okay, in thesis, the descriptions of the methodology is very extensive. However, in article, it is only brief and concise. So remember, in writing a research article, remember the word KISS. Keep it short and simple, but substantial. Of course, in thesis, the verb tenses may vary. You can use present tense, past tense, present progressive especially. But in article, it depends on the findings that you will discuss. So these are the differences between a thesis and article. So for those of you who are in the masters, probably at this time you are focusing on writing your thesis. For those of you who have already finished a masters, or for those of you who wants to write an article because it is part of promotion, then you can think about this. Now the question is, are you ready to publish? Now let's take a look at this guide. If your work is outdated, that is why I would encourage those who just finished the masters. Please write your article as soon as possible. As soon as possible, because if your data is already outdated, especially if you are dealing with technology, then journals will say, I'm not going to receive that. Or your conclusion is not correct because it does not jive with your research objective, or your conclusion is just written out of the blue. Then the editor will say, okay, I'm going to a desk rejection. I will not give this to the reviewers anymore, because after all, they will still reject this. Or you just duplicated a published work. No? Kapoy man, kinahanglan man ako promotion, kinahanglan ako points sa NBC, kailangan ko ng points sa NBC. Okay, I will duplicate the work. Papalitan ko na lang yung number of data, kunyari, papalitan ko na lang yung ganito, ganyan, and then publish. Of course, the journals have their way na hindi natin alam kung paano nila na-check yung plagiarism ng iyong trabaho. Okay? Meanwhile, if your work is talking about original results or original methodology, or it has a significant enhancement of existing published works, or you did an up-to-date review of literature related to the subject that you are studying, then the editors will say that itong trabaho na ito is able to advance, it has a contribution to advance the subject matter being studied. So, think about, saan sa dalawa ang iyong trabaho? Which of the two is your work? Is it the not ready one or the ready one? Only you can tell. Only you and your supervisor can tell. Otherwise, you will pay expensive predatory journals. Tatanggapin yan kahit hindi gaano kaganda yung trabaho mo. Tatanggapin kasi nagbayad ka ng 20,000 or nagbayad ka ng 25,000. But good journals, they don't accept payment. Good journals, they don't accept payment. So it's a challenge, no? Are you going to, but good journals are cited well. Predatory journals, no. Because good researchers, those scientific researchers, they don't cite journals published in predatory journals. Okay? No, so what makes your article a strong article? If it conveys a clear, useful, and exciting message, something new, something novel. That is why kapag nagdi-defense tayo, di ba, the panel of the committee will ask, what is new in your research? Anong meron sa yung research na wala sa iba? So for example, you wanted to develop a trainer, or ano yung mga pinag-usapan natin kanina? You wanted to develop a module. Anong meron sa module mo na wala sa ibang module about automotive? Ano yung contribution mo doon? Okay? So what is exciting about your research that will make the journal accept your work, and that will make the readers all over the world who are interested in your topic of study would want to read kasi nga merong bago sa iyong study. Okay? And then a strong manuscript or a strong research article is presented and constructed in a logical manner such that it allows the reader to easily grasp or to easily understand what is the significance of your study. That is why ang pagsusulat ng article, dapat klaro at the start of your introduction, tell the readers what is the problem. Okay? Do not go running around the bush. Tell the readers that this is the problem that you have observed, and according to literature, this is the problem that I have. This is the knowledge gap that you have identified from literature review, and then talk about this problem. And then later on, say, based on the reviews that based on the reviews of literature presented earlier, it is therefore imperative that this problem will be studied because, and then tell what is the significance of the study. Okay? Remember, friends, that editors, reviewers, and readers, they all want to receive a well-presented manuscripts, meaning that your manuscript should not contain clerical error. Kung mahimo, wala na gyud sayop. And it should adhere to the template, di ba? Yung mga nakapag-publish na, di ba may mga templates yung mga journals? We should adhere to that. Yung mga font size na naka-indicate, dapat sinusunod natin. Dapat wala na mga clerical errors. Okay? Because who would wanted to read a faulty manuscript? Ba? Okay, it's just that. That's the logic. Now, here are some tips to find the right journal. So, paano ba natin hahanapin yung mga tamang journal na doon natin isasubmit yung ating mga sinulat. Okay? Submitting a manuscript to an unsuitable journal is a common mistake. Okay? So for example, your study is about automotive and then you submitted it to a food and nutrition journal. Of course, wala na, di na na debatihan. Sure na nga di na dawaton. Except kung multidisciplinary ang journal, no? So that's the first thing. Kung unsa ang imong topic, find a suitable journal. Later on, I will teach you how to find journals, okay? Next, it can cause journal editors to reject reject the manuscript before peer review. Wa pa gani gi-review ang imong trabaho, gi-reject na kay automotive, gi-submit sa food and nutrition, no? So dili pwede. Or for example, educational technology. Unya, imong gi-submit ang imong journal sa kadtong pure nga mga computer sciences. Dili posible nga dili nila dawaton kay naka-indicate man dito sa ilang journal, naka-indicate na doon sa aims and scopes of the journal na ang tatanggapin lang daw nila ay about software development. Tas yung sinubmit mo is the use of technology in teaching. Of course, medyo 10% lang siguro yung connection. Kasi nga technology and then computer technology, no? So you have to think critically. Will my journal be suitable for the will my research article be suitable to be submitted for this journal? So the challenge now is choose a relevant journal to make your manuscript more likely to be accepted. Later on, tuturuan ko kayo kung paano yan gagawin. So what are the types of journal that you can publish? For example, the new requirement now in Commission on Higher Education, if you are to do a master's or a PhD or a DTE for EDD, for example, is to publish an article called from your thesis. So what can you publish, for example? For example, yung mga hindi nagma-masters, yung nagtuturo, for example, nagtuturo and tapos na yung masters, tapos na yung doctoral, or hindi pa tapos, wala pang natapos, bachelor's pa lang, no? Hindi pa ongoing pa lang yung master's. And then you want to publish an article because nga, kailangan yun sa promotion, di ba? So you can submit a full research article, or you can submit a letter or a short communication. Halimbawa, you cannot wait until you write a full research article and you want to write to the editor, "Sir, this is the findings of my study and I'm excited to share in your journal my findings." Okay, submit ka, padala ka ng sulat sa editor. And then the editor will look into it. Oh, this is novel. The findings is novel. Then we will publish your letter. Okay, that could be one. Or you can review a paper. That is why kapag nagre-research article tayo, 'di ba, nagre-review of related literature tayo, 'di ba merong mga meta-analysis because nire-review nila yung mga papers, mga existing research articles. So you can choose which of these articles you want to publish. Do you want to publish a full article, or you want to publish your letter because you really are excited to share to the editor your novel idea, or you want to review a paper and have your review, yung ginawa mong review, isasubmit mo for publication. Okay, you can choose. Now, how to find the right journal again? So I have here two. I hope you are using laptop during this workshop, this webinar, so that you can, ay oo nga pala, no? Hindi nyo pala makiklik. Anyway, it's all right. For example, go to journalfinder.elsevier.com/. Okay, https://journalfinder.elsevier.com/. Okay, and then we will do some activities. Okay, you go to that journal. So anong gagawin dito, no? For example, wait lang, I should have opened my thesis. Sandali lang, friends, ha. Kaya anong gagawin dito? Kasi ito, I am here in this activity, I am sharing with you how to find journals. Okay? One way is to do, so ito yung gagawin natin. For example, meron ka ng sinulat na article. Okay? For example, meron ka ng sinulat, and then you already have the abstract, for example. Okay? Wait. Let me find my published articles. This one, pedagogical belief and theory of reasoned action. Okay, suppose this is my article. Here it says enter your paper title. So I will put the title of my paper, pedagogical belief and assessment of learning in science. Okay, I'll find my other article. For a while, please allow me. Okay, I'll use this. Okay, I will take the title kasi nga ito yung hinahanap, no? Enter your paper title here. And then what is the abstract? Put your abstract. Okay. And then put the keywords. What are the keywords? Assessment and learning, for example. Assessment for learning. And then what else? Pedagogical beliefs. So these are, for example, my keywords. Assessment, pedagogical beliefs, theory of reasoned action. Okay? And then field of study, social sciences, arts and humanities, decision sciences, ecology, social sciences, and then find journal. Okay, so once you have clicked that, the journal finder will lead you to computer and education, International Journal of Educational Research, social. So of course, I will not publish my paper in social science medicine, right? And then International Journal of Human Computer Studies, Journal of Experiment, and so on. Teaching and teacher education, for example. Okay, so for example, I will choose Computers and Education, International Journal of Educational Research, for example. So I will click that or copy, paste. Are you still with me, friends? Meron pa ba?
Yes.
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Namoco.
good.
Yes,
Okay. So you find the journal, di ba sorry. Di ba you will have here the, of course, abstracting and indexing kasi ito yung pinakagusto natin. Saan ba siya na-abstract? Saan ba siya na-index? Scopus, bonggang-bongga, right? So, kasi ito yung hinahanap natin. And then the rest. And then, so ano yung ano niya? Guidelines for authors. Di ba meron siya mga guides? I am interested with the scope and scope of the study. It's not here. Okay. The International Journal of Educational Research publishes research manuscripts in the field of education. So if it is education, pak na pak, diri na yung ko mag-submit, no? Okay, kay kuan man. Mao man gid siya, unsa man ang kuan, unsa man ang focus, educational research involving any discipline and methodology. So meaning to say, pwede ang quantitative, pwede ang qualitative, pwede ang mixed methodology. So dapat daw naa siya mga guidelines para mudawat sila. Dapat your theoretical framework is strong, it has a clear understanding of how the literature blah 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 and so on, huh? So you can have many what's that? Main scope. Okay. So you have many information about the journal. Okay? So that's one way of finding a research and a journal where you can submit your article. Okay? Another is Journal Suggester by Springer. Pareho ra sila. Trabaho, no? You put the title, you put the manuscript, the whole manuscript of your paper on sa nga subject area, and then suggest journals. Okay, that could be one. Another is you go to scimago.jr or journal ranking. In Scimago, this is one way of finding an article, right? Okay, for example, TechVoc, no, TVET. So, nangita ka og naana ko yung mga gipangita, vocational journal, no? Okay, TechVoc, vocational. Asa, usa may mga magkuha nato as usa man nga mga journals ang ano-anong mga journals ang tumatanggap ng mga TechVoc researches. Okay? So, you write the keyword vocational journal and then search. And then they will suggest you have Journal of Vocational Behavior. Of course, you are not going to click the behavior because you are on technical vocational skills or vocational rehabilitation. And then probably you will click that and then look ano niya, medicine and rehabilitation. So, no. It's not my area. And then Journal of Vocational Education and Training. Let me try this. So, it says here, it accepts studies on social sciences and education. And then its H index is 32, bonggang-bongga, published by Routledge. How do you... And then, okay, take a look. It welcomes submission involving a critical discussion of policy and practice, as well as contributions to conceptual and theoretical developments in the field. Field of what? Vocational and educational training. It includes articles based on empirical research and analysis, quantitative, qualitative, mixed method, it does not matter, and welcomes papers from a wide range of disciplinary and interdisciplinary perspectives. When you read that and then you say, pak, this is where I am going to submit my article. And then look, see the number of citations it has in the last 2 years, ang taas-taas, no? And then other people, of course, they cite themselves. Pero merong mga tao na yung mga references, they are citing them, so mataas yung citations. And let's take quartile 1, and it is education. Bonggang-bongga. So, ano pang hinihintay natin? No? We publish in this journal. Okay, so, okay. Now, so you now know how to find the right journal for your article, right? For example, you are interested to do automotive. Say, for example, gusto mong gumawa ng automotive kasi nga nasa automotive. Automotive. Okay, International Journal of Automotive Technology. International Journal of Automotive and Mechanical Engineering, Automotive Technology and Management. You have so many journals to choose from, depending on your area. Okay? Okay na ta? Kabalo na mo mangita og article? Ay, dili the article. Of course, okay. Nalimtan din ako. For example, you want to do automotive, gusto ka magpapublish diri, no? Engineering man siya. So, gusto tayong education, for example, mechanical engineering, diri, no? Kuan man, education, strategy and management, engineering, automotive. Okay, well, for example, gusto nimo, no? Unsa pa? Annals of Advances in Automotive Medicine, automotive medicine man eh. Balikan na to tong vocational kaganina. Okay? So, for example, kanina imong gipili, no? And according to my lecturers in Malaysia, kung nagplano daw kuno ka nga mag-submit ana nga journal, nindot pod nga mag-cite pod ka sa ilang mga articles published. Langan mosulod na lang gid pug kag balay, no? Mosulod na lang kag balay nga wa man lang kay wala man lang ka unsa ni nag-cite sa ilang mga journals, no? So, how to find their articles? Sorry, say pa akong gi-click. This one. So this one is published by Taylor and Francis online. Bongga, no? So, niadto na ka sa ilang article, you go to their article, to their journal rather, and then they have articles, see? Creating continuity between school and workplace. VET, teachers in school work to overcome boundaries. Does the vocational curriculum have a future? So you can read these articles and take a look at how they write their ano yung mga styles ng kanilang ano yung styles ng pagsusulat na kanilang tinatanggap. See, I have one here na medyo na it's about hairdressing. Wala na dito. Identity and resistance in further education. See, doctoral thesis in vocational education. There are so many articles that you can read from this journal. And if this article or articles are related to your study, please cite them. Kasi nga, again, according to my lecturers, mas nakabubuti kung you have cited some of their journals and then you publish it, you have cited their published articles and then you publish in that journal. Okay? Oh, wait, sorry. Now, how do we structure our journal? No? By the way, for those who have already finished their thesis or dissertation, I would like to ask you this question. Okay, wait, saan na ba yun? Okay. How do you, di ba yung article natin, meron siyang 5 section, introduction, methodology, or introduction, literature review, methodology, results, and discussion. I'm asking this to those who have already finished their masters and their thesis and dissertation. This is not addressed to those who have not yet written a thesis, ha? Okay. Of the 5 sections of your article, ano yung dapat unahin sa pagsulat? Introduction, literature, methodology, results, conclusion. I want to know your response on the chat. I'll give you 2 minutes to tell me what's in your mind. Hala, wala man tingali ko'y audience. Wala may nag-reply. Ay, wala ko nag-present. Sorry. Ha? Wala ko naka-present? Sige lang, sige lang. Okay ni. Methodology. Wala pa ko nag-present. Nangutana pa ko. Ang akong pangutana is sa 5 sections in a research article, dili thesis ha, research article, unsa dapat ang unang trabahoon? Para sa imuha, para kung ikaw, unsa man ang una nimong trabahoon? Is it the introduction, the literature, the methodology, the results, the findings or conclusion? Intro, literature, methodology. Isa ka methodology, duha ka literature, duha ka intro. Okay, thank you for your ideas. According to my lecture, according to the workshops that I have attended in dito sa akong giskulahan, Yun siya nga mas mainam kung you write the results first. Kay kabalo naman ka sa na naman ka intro, di ba? Take note that I am talking about those that have already finished their master's thesis and dissertation. Di ba na naman ka intro sa imong, meron ka ng intro, meron ka ng introduction, meron ka ng literature review, meron ka ng methodology sa iyong thesis or sa dissertation. All you have to do is just convert that into a research article. So according to the speaker, to the lecturer, start with chapter 4. Okay? Start discussing the results of the chapter 4. Discuss the results of the analysis and then discuss. Kasi as you discuss, you will find new related literatures. New related literatures. Kung ano yung mga related literatures na pinag-uusapan mo doon sa chapter 4 and chapter 5, then you put that into your literature review. And then, you just copy the problem, that the introduction part of your thesis or dissertation and make it concise, put that into your article. Of course, your methodology, you just copy-paste, no? Copy-paste and make it concise in your article. Kasi yung pinaka-challenging when you write a research article is chapter 4. Pinaka-challenging because it's another, kasi yung thesis na ginawa mo, it was discussed very extensively. But you are going to squeeze that into your article. Say, for example, the journal will only say, submit an article with 5,000 to 7,000 words. How are you going to squeeze an 80,000 word thesis or dissertation into a 7,000 word article? Okay, so that is why, according to the lecturers there, start with the results and discussion. And then kung ano yung mga literatures na sinite mo doon, transfer that to your literature review. Copy, squeeze your introduction into your article, squeeze your methodology into your article, and then you are done. Tapos na. Edit na lang. Edit here, edit there, edit everywhere, submit. Ganon. Simple. That is why sabi nung lecturer, converting your thesis into an article should not be stressful. Ang kalaban raman yun nato, friends, kay ang oras. No? Pero makaya nato siya. If there's a will, there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I interrupt?
Yes. Sure. Kisa to si Alan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, kailan nagugustingog ni Mulan?
I am quite confused, ma'am, because what you have said now is just to start the chapter 4. Then, how about those article that you have to follow the rules? You have to follow what they have what to follow. By the way, so there's a conflicting. Can you expound about that one, ma'am?
Ang akong point ganina is, di ba, kung saan mo pag-start ba? Sultihi ko, kung wala mo ni Agi ana. Di ba, ni Agi tatanan, no? Saan pag-start ba? Kalisod ba? Asa man gyud ko mag-start? Asa gyud? Bi, murag importante man tanan, asa man ko mag-start? So, as a guide, as a tip, start writing the results. But, as to the template of the article, follow the guidelines. Of course, sa ang atong article, muuna gyud ang literature, introduction, literature, methodology, and so on and so forth. Ang katong akong giingon ganina, yung sinabi ko kanina pala, sorry. So please bear with my Tagalog. It's really twisting my tongue. So yung sinabi ko kanina is just a tip how to start writing an article.
Okay.
No?
Yes,
Kasi we all went through that, di ba, Sir Alan? We all went through that. So may pag-start.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hibalo. No? Ang kilay kay mura nagsilitian na pabaruti nag-ana na, no? Nag-ana na. Unsa man pag-start? Di ko kay balo. So as a tip from the experienced researchers nga akong naagian po dito sa Malaysia, yung siya pagsugod sa chapter 4. Okay,
Okay.
kung nakuha na ka sa chapter 4, kapag natapos mo na yung chapter 4, di ba sa chapter 4 and 5, no, sa results and discussions, meron ka doon mga meron kang mga citations, meron kang mga references, meron kang discussions, di ba? So yung mga discussions mo, itra-transfer mo na lang doon sa iyong review of literature. Of course, we will still follow the format of the journal.
Okay.
Okay? The
Thank you, ma'am.
substance,
For
ano
clarification.
ko no? From YouTube literature. So, ingana man gyud no, kadaghanan, more often than not, we think, we go to the literature. Pero ang nahitabo man gud, ang nangyayari kasi is ganito. When you start with literature, and then yung findings mo iba pala, yung if i-present, kasi ganito. Di ba yung ating thesis or dissertation, we have three, four, five research questions, right? Each research question has its own analysis, its own discussions. Each research question has its own analysis, own discussion. Now, for example, kung inuna mo yung literature, and then yung literature mo pala na yun is about research question number 1 or research question number 2. Tapos yung ginagawa mong article is about research question number 4. So you see, di ba, later on, uulitin mo na, you will write the literature again kasi nga, yung mga discussions mo sa literature does not jive with your discussion in your results. Nakuha ninyo akong buti pa sabot, friends?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is why yun yung suggestion ng mga experts, no? Start with chapter 4 kasi yung mga literatures na ginamit mo doon, gagamitin mo uli doon sa iyong review of related literature. Okay na?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, very good. I hope I have answered your question. Okay. So, padayon ako. Asan ako? Okay. Now, how do you, I asked because my topic is structuring your journal. Okay. For the structuring of the journal, of course, sorry friends, it should be article. It's not journal, but article. I want to correct this. Okay. For the structure of your title, abstract, keywords, it should adhere to the specifications of the journal, no? And then the reviewers, the editors will search and find what is the problem that you will mention in your introduction, what is the method that you used in your article, in your study, and then what are the results and the discussions that you present in your study. And then towards the conclusion, tell the story. That is why kaganina, you remember, di ba sabi ni Alan, paano man kung wala talagang article. By the way, friends, when you discuss the results of your findings, or by the way, I have read an article a few days ago. The word results is used for quantitative research. Findings is used for qualitative research. Okay, so in your thesis or dissertation, if you are doing a quantitative research, chapter 4 is about results of the study. If you are doing a qualitative research, it is findings of the study. Okay, now, why is it in your chapter 5, chapter 4 or chapter 5, it depends. Kasi yung sa Malaysia, yung chapter 4, friends, is purely a presentation of the data analysis results. Results lang talaga, walang implications. You are not going to discuss about implications there. You are not going to discuss in chapter 4. That is in the university where I finished. However, you discuss the findings in chapter 4, doon mo i-discuss sa chapter 5. I don't know with IIT. Ang dito naman sa dito sa USTP, chapter 4 is results and discussions. Ibig sabihin, you tell the results, you tell the readers the results, and then you tell your discussion. You tell the story of your discussion. Okay?
Hello.
Actually,
Hello.
yes,
Excuse me.
yes.
Are you presenting? Or nothing to
Yes, yes.
present?
Sorry. Yes, yes. Wala din na present. I'm sorry. Sorry. Salamat kaayo. Salamat kaayo. Okay, here. Okay na? So, balikan ako. Ang structure, the title, how you put the title, how you write the title, the abstract and the keywords, depende sa guidelines sa journal. Ang search and find, it talks about how you introduce the topic or how you introduce the problem, and then what do literature say about this problem, what is the method that you're going to employ to solve this problem, and then the results and the discussions. And then you tell the story. In the story, kaganina di ba ingon si Alan nga, Dok, unsa man kung panalitan wag yung literature nga makita nato. By the way, in telling the story, in discussing the results of your study, always go back to the context of your study. Kinsa maning mga tawhana nga respondents or participants sa imong study, no? Unsay ilang mga edad, pila ang babayi, pila ang lalaki, what is their level of educational attainment, what is their Pwede asa sila nag-school, unsa ilang locality, is it rural or is it urban? Because kung nailhan nimo ang imong mga respondents, ma-discuss nimo nganong significant or not significant ang results sa imong study. Again, I will emphasize this again. Kung not significant gani ang results sa imong study, please do not alter the data. Because kung unsaon nimo pag-defend nganong dili significant ang result, that is your contribution to the body of knowledge. Okay? For example, in my case, ang relationship sa social influence, di ba kato akong tibo katong akong gipakita sa inyo nga unsa ni model sa akong study. Balikan ako ha aron mas masabtan ninyo akong gilarlar karon. Kaganina, I presented to you my model. Kani. Okay? Sa akong study, performance expectancy and intention is positively significant. Effort, positively significant, but very gamay ra kayo ang iyang kuan, ang iyang effect factor, no? Gamay ra ang iyang effect factor. Ang social influence is not significant. It's not negative. It is not significant. So, giunsa man nako pag-discuss. Didto ko nangayo og information sa akong mga respondents nganong dili man significant ang social influence. Nganong kung mag-ingon ang imong friends nga, besh, gamitan ni nga application besh kay nindot ni. Unya, nganong dili man siya significant sa imong intention, no? Nganong dili man siya significant. According to the participants, dili man ang outside factor ang mag-motivate sa ako. Hindi yung outside factor ang nagmo-motivate sa akin to use the technology, but it is my internal motivation. Kaya, the relationship is not significant because the other people cannot dictate me what to do. Instead, it is only myself can tell myself that I should be using this technology kasi nga it is usable in my teaching profession. Okay? So that is how you discuss, how you present the data, even if it is not significant. Support it with literature, support it with an argument about the nature of the context of your research, or support it with the nature of your respondents. Okay? And then provide the context. Ito pala yun. Provide the context. Ano yung characteristics ng ating mga respondents? Bakit hindi significant ang result? Kasi nga ganito sila. Hindi nila ma-relate yung technology. For example, the acceptance of online learning. Tapos yung mga estudyante halos walang smartphone. Definitely the result will be not significant. So bakit nga not significant? Look at their socioeconomic status. Uy, karamihan pala sa aking mga respondents are below poverty line. So if it is below poverty line, what do literature say about poverty people living below poverty line? Binibili nila yung mga basic needs, pagkain, clothing, the security of their homes, yung mga cellphone, mga secondary, tertiary na lang. Kaya hindi significant yung result. Kasi nga wala silang cellphone. According to literature, yung mga below poverty line halos walang cellphone kasi hindi ito yung primary na tinutugunan na pangangailangan ng pamilya. So you understand, friends? tingali sa imong data sa demographic profile sa imong respondents, wala dito nagsulti nga makapalit sila cellphone or not. Pero kay naaman kay data about pero dahil meron kang data about socioeconomic status, then you can judge, oh, more of my students, more of my respondents are living below poverty line. Therefore, cellphone is not a primary need. Kaya pala, hindi significant yung result. Kasi, wala silang mga cellphone. So, ganyan yung provide, that is how we discuss about contextualizing the results of our study. For example, acceptance of technology. And then you find out that for the male, it is not significant. But for the female, it is significant. Now, look at the, for example, you find out that there is no significant relationship between social influence and intention to use. Look at the profile of your participants. Daghan bang babae o daghan ang lalaki? And then pag marami ang babae, ano yung sinasabi ng literature about women? Ang women pala, hindi sila mahilig, saan na, bumutingting, magkubi-kubi. Dili sila ganan magkubi-kubi og technology. Ang gusto nila, sultihan lang sila unsay buhaton. Pero ang mga lalaki, ganahan magkubi-kubi. Busa di ay dili significant ang result. Kay kadaghanan sa akong participants, mga babae, dili ganahan magkubi-kubi. Okay, sorry, na-interrupt ko kadali. Okay, nasabdan, friends? Nasabdan?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good. Ganahan ko, ana. Okay, now. So, okay, humanata pag-structure sa atong research, no? Unsaon nato pag-title ang atong title ang atong manuscript, no? Your manuscript title should identify the main issue of the paper. Okay, na ako'y nakita ang usa ka dissertation title. Ang title niya is The Case of Two State Universities in Northern Mindanao. Sa ganito igsuon? The status of state universities in Northern Mindanao. Colon, ako isulat ha, kay aron nga I want you to comment, I want you to critic, no? The title is this. The status, I hope wala siya naminaw ron. The status of sa ganito lang, igsoon? The status of state universities. Colon, the case of two universities in Northern, NM na lang, ako isulat, no? Okay, mauna ang iyang title, no? So, ang akong pangutan na kunyari, wala sa amoy nabasahan nga uban, ha? Kunyari, wala lang sa ninyo nabasahan. Ako sang tabunan. Okay. Kunyari ka na lang. So, I need your comment. The status of state universities. The case of two universities in Northern Mindanao. Unsa may inyong ikasulti, ana? Unsa man ang giistoryahan? Sige, talk please.
Vague graphite na siya.
Ha?
Vague
Kinsa
ra
pa?
kayo.
Vague ra kaayo. Nganong vague man? Hello?
The title itself,
Aha. Dili klaro, no?
mm,
Dili
yes.
klaro kung unsa ang status nga gihisgutan, no? Although tama man nga tama, it is just right nga wala niya gi-mention ang ngalan sa by right we should not mention the names of the schools or the universities, no?
Unsa ang status ng isgutan, no?
Yes.
Tama man na
Oh, ako man kay gihisgutan.
Ma'am Roxy, are you talking?
by right, we should not
Pero nagkawalan.
Ma'am Roxy, one moment. Ma'am Roxanne, or excuse, okay.
Okay na?
Yeah.
Okay na. Okay, so see, dili klaro kisa tong nagsulti, and I agree with that person. Yes, it's vague. Dili klaro unsay gihisgutan, no? So meaning to say, sa pag-title pa lang sa mga research article nato, dapat klaruhon nato ang unsay gusto nato buhaton, no? So here are some tips. Your title should identify the main issue of the paper. In that example that I gave, no? Unsa man ang issue nga iyang gisgutan? No? Wala, no? Status lang. Unsa nga status? It should be concise. Butang ta, concise gyud, no? The status of state universities, concise. Pero unsa man ang gisgutan, unsa may main issue? No, di klaro. And then it should be accurate, unambiguous, specific, and complete. Klaro kay nga ambiguous gid siya kay according to one of the participants here, di lang na ko ma-identify iyang name, siya dili klaro, no? And it should use the professional language. Avoid rarely used abbreviations. And your title should attract the readers. It should be short, it should be catchy titles, and are because the short catchy titles rather are better cited. Okay, I'll show you some examples. Kani nga title sa article, Teaching Learning Conceptions and Pedagogical Competence Perceptions of Teachers, a Correlational Research. See, in this title, the author mentioned the variables of the study. What are the variables? Teaching Learning Conceptions and Pedagogical Competence Perceptions. And then it also mentioned the research design, a correlational research. Okay, so it can be one way of writing the title of the article. Another one, barriers to faculty pedagogical change, lack of training, time, incentives, and see, tanawa o, and murag na suspense, tensions with professional identity. Question, kano sa daw ta mo gamit og question mark or kanang ing-ani nga mga style sa kailan daw tayo dapat gagamit ng mga ganitong style sa pag-title, yung nilalagyan natin ng question mark. This is if the literature is not clear as to what is the contribution of this variable. And in your study, meron kang something new. That is why you want to emphasize it with a question mark so that the people will be interested to read your article. So here again, the variables of the study are mentioned, the barriers to faculty pedagogical change. And then the research is implied. Unlike dito, correlational research sinabi. Pero dito wala. In-imply lang, meaning to say that there the author is doing an exploratory research probably, or an exploratory factor analysis, or probably a multiple regression analysis of the study, and then the regression is talking into the lack of training, time, incentives, and professional identity. Uh, Tensions with professional identity. Okay, these are some examples of putting a title to your study. Now here, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. So for example, the original title is Action of, I'm sorry, kasi ito is, I borrowed the examples from the lectures that we had in Malaysia. So for example, the title is Action of Antibiotic on Bacteria. Di ba, vague, no? Unsang action? Ambiguous. Dili klaro kung unsa gyud, no? Dili specific. So unsaon nato pag-revise? How do we revise that? We say inhibition of growth. Kay inhibition of growth is actually the action, no? Antibiotic. Unsang antibiotic? Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Unsa nga bacteria? Streptomycin. So di ba? Bongga no, gihimo lang, ginawang specific lang yung title. And then it turns out na bonggang-bongga na yung title niya. Actually, action, inhibition of growth. Antibiotic, Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Bacteria, Streptomycin. Yun lang. Ginawa lang more specific. No? So that the people who are interested to make a study about streptomycin or about Mycobacterium tuberculosis or the inhibition of growth of streptomycin, alam nila na ito yung research na gagamitin. Okay? Another example, preliminary observations on the effect of zinc element on the anti-corrosion of zinc plating layer. Dagan kay kung ano, it's just like running around the bush. So how do we make it simple? The effect of zinc on anti-corrosion of zinc plating layer, period. Ano lang? Let's make life simple. Okay? Or fabrication of carbon, I don't know kung unsa ni katong mga taga engineering tingali or mga medicine. Fabrication of carbon / CDS coaxial nanofibers displaying optical and electrical properties via electrospinning carbon. Nag-nosebleed na ko. So how to make it simple? Electrospinning of carbon CDS coaxial nanofibers with optical and electrical properties. Okay. So masayon, no? The point is, make your title more specific, make your title clear, and make it kanang wala na daghang artist sa life. Basta kay klaro lang, no? Okay. Now here are some other examples of manuscript which are published in Q1 quartile 1 art journals. Mirror, mirror on the wall, a comparative evaluation of new established structural equation modeling methods. Ano nagamit man siya mirror, mirror on the wall? Di ba balikan na to si, kinsa gani na siya? Kaya na nagyawag, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the prettiest of them all? Kinsa gani na siya nga? Di ba kay, ngano nagamit man siya mirror, mirror on the wall? Tungod kay sa nursery rhyme, di ba? Ang idea man gud sa mirror, mirror on the wall, nag-compare, nangutan ang tao, ang bata, kinsa nag-compare sa kinsay pinaka-pretty sa ilaha. Meaning kinsay pinaka-acceptable sa ilaha. So, mao to gibutang niya mirror, mirror on the wall, a comparative evaluation of new established structural equation modeling. In fairness, ang mga author, Christian Ringgold, Marco Sarsted, mga bonggang-bongga nga authors about structural equation modeling. So, pwede ra gyud ita magbutang og mga fancy din na, pero ang imong fancy nga mga words nga gibutang naa siya implication as to what your study is about. Okay? Take note, comparative evaluation. And then look back at your nursery rhyme. Mirror, mirror on the wall is asking about a comparison. Kinsay prettiest of them all. Okay? So, mga mga catchy titles. Hala, ngano tuod nga mirror, mirror on the wall? Basahon ra gud. Kay ngano, by the way, why do we publish articles? Is it because it is a requirement for final defense? Or because we want to share to the world our findings or our researches? Ba? Ngano napapublish man ta? Tingali, primero, ako, honestly lang, nagpapublish ko kay requirements siya sa final defense sa akong masteral. Pero later on, nagpublish ko because I want to share to the world the knowledge, the contribution of my study into the body of knowledge. So that is why, kung maghimo man lang taog study, if we are to make a research article, make the title as catchy as possible so that people will be enticed to read our works. Another one, within these hyperporous walls, an examination of a rebundled online learning model of higher education. Ba? Within this hyperporous wall. So hyperporous, dili na ang wall, dili na ang atong classroom is kaning four walls of the classroom. Kay online learning na. Meaning that ang pag-study, it's not about, the learning now is not within the four corners of the wall, but it can extend beyond that hyperporous walls. So meaning to say, we can use something like this in our titles, no? Enough to catch the attention of our readers. In fairness, it was published in Australasian Journal of Educational Technology, and AJET is a quartile 1 journal regarding educational technology. Another one, why mobile users trust smartphone social networking services, a PLSM approach. See, gisgutan niya unsa ang iyang variables nga studyhan, and then unsa ang approach sa study. Okay. Just when I needed you most, establishing on-demand learning support on a regional university. Ba? Just when I needed you most. Dili lang na isa kanta. Pwede da isa gamiton sa atong articles. AJET, it is published in a quartile 1 research journal. Ba? Okay, for those who are interested with automotive, field trip as a means of motivation and enhancement of students' ability in the study of automobile trade in Nigeria schools. Ba? So, kana di ang mga automotive nga studies, dili lang di ay necessary nga puro ra gyud ta mga trainers, mga unsa na naa pa di ay taylain yung mga areas to study. By the way, friends, side bit lang ko ha, side bit lang ni nga cheka. When students would come to me and ask for advice about their thesis, I always ask them, what is the expertise that you want to be? Gusto ba ka mahimong, okay. First is, unsa may trabaho nimo? Are you a teacher? Are you a food technologist? Are you an industry worker? Or unsa man ka? Okay. Ma'am, teacher ko, ma'am. Unsa may imong gitudluan? Ma'am, kuan, TLE, grade 7 and grade 8. Ma'am, maghimo ko mag-innovate ko og pan. Ana dayon, no? Kay mga ideas ra ba? Ma'am, mag-innovate ko og pan. Mangutan na dayon ko. Langga, kung mag-innovate ka og pan, magamit ba na nimo ang knowledge sa pagtudlo nimo sa exploratory sa TLE? Or inig kahuman ni mag-innovate sa pan, ni gasto kag 80,000, 150,000 kay nagpa-laboratory ka, naggihimo nimong pan ang unsa ni ang lawas sa saging. For example lang, no? Grabe nga innovation, lawas sa saging gihimong pan. Basin pa di ay, no? Daw be inig kahuman sa imong masteral. Asa naman ang imong thesis? Para ra na siya dito sa kuan nimo shelf? Or ang imong knowledge sa imong knowledge pagbuhat og pan out of banana nga lawas, nagamit ba na nimo pagpanudlo sa exploratory courses sa TLE? The point is, kung unsa ang gusto nimo nga expertise, whatever expertise that you want to be in your professional career, then use that as a springboard for deciding what topic to do in your research. I don't, if I am your advisor, I don't want you to do a research that you cannot use in the practice of your profession. Depende kung kinsa imong advisor. Kung panalitan ako ang ma-advisor, mauna ang akong i-advise sa akong estudyante. No? I don't, except kung food technologist gyud ka, or nagtudlo gyud ka about food technology or food processing, then by all means, do a food processing or food technology researches. Or kuan gyud ka kanang computer science gyud ka nga naa gyud kay gusto nga buhaton about adtong computer trainer nimo, then by all should be brief as possible. Di ba journals usually maingon sila nga 150 to 250 words only. Okay? So unsa man dapat ang makita sa abstract? You should summarize the problem, method, results, and conclusion. And make sure that it is written clearly and it is easy to understand. It should be accurate and specific, and kana ang pinakalas nimo nga sulaton, no? Di ba? Nagsulat ka sa imong introduction, literature review, methodology, results and discussions, implications, conclusions, ano uban pa nga mga syonsons. And then after nga nasulat na nimo to tanan, then that's the time you write the abstract. Because the abstract is a summary of your research article. So now, how do we format our abstract? Remember the rule of 10. So meaning that your abstract should have around 10 sentences only. Okay, why rule of 10? Your first two sentences should talk about the problem and the purpose of the paper. This paper aims to blah, 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 blah. Okay, 2 to 3 sentences talk about the materials and methods or the methodology of the research. Who are your sample? Pila sila kabuok? Asa man? What is the research design? Okay, what is the research instrument used? Unsa nga Likert scale ang gigamit? And then the results, discuss it in 2 to 3 sentences. And then discussions and conclusions, implications, recommendations, 2 sentences. And then human ang imong abstract, ba? Sayon ra ang life. Now, so man no, na-structure na nato ang title, ang keyword, ang abstract ug ang keyword. Now let's do into the introduction. So in the introduction, of course, you should explain the problem. This one is another paper nga akong gipa-publish very lately, no? Explain the problem and tell the readers nganong kinahanglan siya studyhan. And then also it's explain the problem and then describe the approach of your study. Okay? So mo na importante sa imong introduction. Of course, ang imong literature review. Ang imong literature review should discuss what is the problem about and why it is a problem and why you need to study about it. Okay. Your methods, if you are going to do an experimental research design, describe how the problem was studied and include a detailed information of your methodology to allow other people to do a replication of your study. Take note, ngano man nga dapat detailed ang atong methodology because it will allow other researchers to replicate our study. Of course, isite na dayon ta nila, di ba? Kaya we need citations man as an impact to our research. Okay, because it is not enough nga nakapapublish ta. Dapat ang atong gipublish, gisite pod sa ubang researcher. Dapat yung pinapublish natin na article are also being cited by other researchers. And then when you discuss in the methodology, do not describe their previously published procedures. Just cite them. discuss that you are doing this and that, and then cite who is the original designer of that methodology. And then, of course, you talk about the equipment and the materials that you use, and then use proper notations. If, for example, you are doing experimental studies or doing mga chemical o uban pa mga scientific na mga studies. And then, do not forget to present the controls that you use in your study. Why? Because in experimental studies, there are so many threats to validity. That is why you should tell the readers what are the control variables that you employed in your study. Meanwhile, if you are doing a descriptive research design, a descriptive research design could be a survey, it could be correlational or causal comparative studies. In the methodology, describe what is the research design that you use. And then discuss, when you discuss the design, tell the readers what is the design, bakit mo ito ginagamit sa iyong study, and how you use it in your study. Remember that always. What, why, and how. Okay? Target population. Bakit sila? No? Bakit sila? And then describe the sample. The sampling procedure. What is the sampling procedure? Why you employed that sampling procedure, and how you use that sampling procedure. Sample size. How you determine the sample size. Why you use the Krebs and Morgan. Why you use the Sloven's formula. Why you use the G power. Okay? So discuss all of this. What is the research instrument that you use? Did you adopt the instrument or did you adapt the instrument? When you say adopt the instrument, you use the instrument verbatim. Imong gihulaman, binaro mo, saan ang baro gani sa Tagalog? Baro. Nang hiram. Hiniram. Hiniram mo ang research instrument na wala kang ginawang alteration. You adopted it. But when you adapt, hiniram mo yung research instrument and then you adapt it to the context of your research study. For example, the research instrument that I use in my study is about the research instrument used by Venkatish in the study of the UT-AUT model. And then they were using I think they were using the email as technology system. So in my case, because my study is about the acceptance and use of Web 2 tools, I modified from the technology that they use, I modified it into Web 2 tools. And then they are the respondents of their study is mga office employees. And then in my case, yung mga respondents ko are teachers dito nga sa university. So I reworded the instrument, I adapted, I modified the research instrument in the context of my study. So for example, in your methodology, if you adopted it, why you adopted it, and from whom, sino yung original na author, you should cite the original author of that research instrument. Okay? Because it is the natural thing, it is the ethical thing that you use. And then what is the Likert scale? Are you using the 3-point Likert scale, 5-point Likert scale, or 7-point Likert scale? And then discuss, nganong kana man nga number of Likert scale? Or are you using hedonic scale, or whatever scale you are using in your study? And then also discuss the validity and reliability of the study, of the research instrument, and also tell the readers kung na pre-test ba yon or pinilo test mo. By the way, friends, I would like to invite you to my YouTube channel. I would like to invite you to my YouTube channel. It's about doing research with Dr. S. My YouTube channel is Sarah Namoco EDD. So there I talk about the validity and reliability, the pre-testing and pilot testing, adoption and adapting of research instrument, and many other concepts about research. Okay. Okay, because I cannot discuss each of them in detail here. I'm just giving you idea. Ano dapat yung nakalagay doon sa inyong methodology section. Okay, and then discuss how you gather the data. Okay, is it survey, face-to-face survey, telephone survey, or is it personal interview or focus group discussion? What is, if you are doing an interview or focus group discussion, what is the language that you use in interviewing? These are some considerations that you need to put into your methodology. And then discuss the data analysis. Why I use here data analysis? Because you might be using quantitative or qualitative. By the way, if you are doing a qualitative study, please do not write statistical analysis of data, no? Because you are not doing a statistical analysis in qualitative study. And then whatever technique that you use in analyzing the data, tell the readers what is it, why you are using it, and how you used it. Okay? Now, let's go to the results section of your article. In the results section, include only the primary importance. You don't have to tell everything. Only the main findings or the unexpected findings. Okay? The main results and the unexpected findings. And then, if possible, use subheadings to keep the results of the same type together and avoid redundancy of your discussion. Using figures and tables will also help, no? Aron nga dili magsigig basa-basa, malibat bayon niya ang imong readers pagbasa. And then provide statistical analysis. Okay. In the discussion, okay, humana ta sa results, no? Again, in the results, talk only about the primary importance and present your data in figures and tables. And then don't forget the subheadings. In the discussion part, interpret the results in the context of your target population. Balikan mo talaga yung characteristics ng iyong respondents. Ano ba sila? Kasi yung context nila, yung nature nila, yung characteristics nila, it will explain bakit ganito yung result ng iyong study. Okay? And then, again, discuss only the important sections. Make the discussions correspond to the results. Kung ano yung result, then that will also be your discussion. Do not discuss something that is not indicated in your result. Okay? And then, when you discuss, compare the results of your study to the findings of previous published articles. So you might want to say, the findings of this study agrees to the study conducted by Kapilitan in 2018, and then discuss nganong nag-agree or bakit nag-disagree, bakit hindi sila pareho. Kasi yung mga respondents ni Kapilitan ganito, yung mga respondents ko ganito. Okay? Or nag-agree pareho sila ng result kasi yung respondents niya ganito ang characteristics, ganito ang characteristics ng aking respondents. Kaya merong pagkakapare-pareho sa results. Okay? And then in writing your discussion, avoid statements that go beyond what the results can support. Do not talk anything out of the blue. It should always be anchored to the results of your study. And do not include non-specific expressions. Or you want to, kasi gusto mo magpakitang gilas. You want to put new terms that are not defined or mentioned in your paper. No. No, it does not make it. What's the song of Shania Twain? It don't impress me much. So you are Brad Pitt. It don't impress me much. Huh? So anything that is not in your paper, do not discuss. And do not discuss about speculations that are not rooted on facts. Meaning that your discussion should always and always be supported with literatures. Okay? And then, let's go to the conclusion. Kasi, sorry, nadoble lang. Conclusion. Discussion, lahi, no? Ang discussion, gidiscuss lang nimo kung ano yung results ng iyong data analysis. In the conclusion, what are you going to write in the conclusion? Explain how your work advances the present state of knowledge. No? Paano ano ang contribution ng iyong study to the body of knowledge? And do not repeat the results of previous studies. Kung ano yung nangyari doon sa iyong study, yun ang, that's what you talk about. Discuss the uses, the extensions of the theory that you have found out in your study, or the applications of the results or the findings of your study. And then suggest future researches or experiments or studies, and be clear to help the reviewers or editors to identify what is the impact of your study. So yun yung dapat lumalabas doon sa conclusion. Hindi yung, I therefore conclude that the work, that my study is significantly relevant, period. No? You have to have a thorough discussion of your conclusion. Then, of course, you might also, some journals would require that you acknowledge the people who have helped in your study. For example, your research advisors or supervisors, the financial supporters and funders. Kasi makikita din ng mga journals, bakit ganito yung interpretation mo sa data? Kasi, ito palang agency ang nag-fund sa iyong study. Okay? And then, who are the proofreaders and the typists and the editors of your study? And then, the suppliers who may have donated materials in your experimental study. Okay? Talk about them or acknowledge them in your article. And then in your references, do not include too many references. Only the important ones. And avoid excessive self-citation. Aron nga, daghan lang yung citation ang imong study. So, according to Namoco in 2012, according to Namoco in 2015, according to Namoco in 2016, Namoco 2018, Namoco 2019, Namoco 2020. Kadagan bas Namoco. Pwede gamay lang ang Namoco. Gawas kong Namoco Roda, Namoco Consorcio, Namoco Sara, kana lahi-lahi nga tao. Pero kung permi Namoco Sara, so load man sad, no? Nga murag ang ako namang bangko ang akong gialsa. Out of the 20 references, 5 ana ang ako. Lisod sad, no? So, pwede ka maka-self-cite, pero limit it, no? And then, conform to any requirements outlined in the guides for authors in the journal that you plan to submit your article. And, aron nga sayon ang life, consider using a reference manager such as Mendeley. Okay? Kinsa sa inyo ang nakagamit na og Mendeley? Na? Hello, wala nagtingog. Kung diri mo mag-doctoral, char lang sa akong gibaligi ang among eskwelahan. Kung diri mo mag-doctoral, o niya ako ang mamaistra ninyo sa qualitative or sa quantitative research, then you will learn how to use Mendeley in your in-text citation and in your referencing. And in the way that you use this in your literature review. Okay? Now, ay kabala ka, friends. Kaya ang imong research manuscript, muagi gyud nag-espada, muagi nagdaghan, kaayo nga mga trials ay pa sa madawat. Okay, human ako karon. Akong pangutana. Okay, do you have any question? By the way, something that I want to help you in formatting your research manuscript. Gusto mo tudloan ta mo? It's not within my topic, but
Yes.
okay, pangutana sa. Do you might have any questions related to the topic? Thank you, Miss Roxanne. Oh, I like the discussion. It was extremely helpful, understandable, brief, and clear. Thank you. Okay, so,
Hello.
yes, Vic. Mangut ako ansa, basin og naay mga questions before ta mag-add to adtong formatting.
Na ako'y pangutana do.
Yes, Vic. Okay sa man. Ay, case, do you want
Very
please?
informative.
Ah, sorry. Sige.
I-mute sila tanan.
Okay, thank you very much once again, Dr. Namoco, for that very informative and valuable input for our students and teachers. And if you want to hear more about Dr. Namoco, about research, you can subscribe to her channel, Dr. Sarah Namoco, ed.b. So let us give Dr. Namoco a warm of virtual applause. In a little while, we will proceed with the open forum. But before that, please don't forget to sign in for the attendance. The link is already posted in our YouTube live comment section, and also our evaluation form will also be posted. So please don't forget to answer these Google Forms. Your insights will help to shape future events such as this. So let us now proceed to our open forum, which will be facilitated once again by Professor Ramayan.
Okay, let us now, Dr. Namoco will entertain questions. I have seen a while ago, Dr. Roque, you are acknowledged for your questions. So,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Namoco.
Thank you, Ma'am Jai. Is it necessary, Dr. Namoco, na in reference, there is a limit, say, magkota og mga 50 for doctorate, 50 references, at least 50 references. Is it normal ba na siya nga inana?
You have no audio, Doc Sarah?
Okay, thank you. Is it about the thesis and dissertation that you're asking, or
Yes,
the
yes,
article?
ma'am. The
Okay.
dissertation.
Okay, I would like to share with you a very something that I learned during my studies, and I feel that I want to share it with you, pod, no? Actually, wala may guideline as to how what is the number of references. Pero this is the thing that I learned, no? This is the thing that I learned in doing literature review. How do you know nga sakto na ang atong literature review nga gibuhat? Meaning, sakto na ni, dili na ko magdugang o basa pa kay enough na gyud ni siya, no? So ang guideline daw nato according to the experts nga akong giapilan og mga workshops is that if, for example, you have read articles, you have read 10, 15 articles about, for example, about the use of, I will go back to my study, about the use of the acceptance and use of technology in teaching, no? If, for example, I have read 10 articles and pare-pareha gyud silang mga idea, wala may mga bag-o nga nadugang sa idea nga akong nabasahan, then that I have already reached the data saturation. You remember the data saturation kaganina? Then I have already reached the
Yes, ma'am.
data saturation of the knowledge that I need about the acceptance of technology in teaching.
Mhm.
Okay? So, syempre, daghan man kag variables in your study, no? In my case, pila to ka variables? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 man ka variables akong study. So, sa kada variable, na ako'y set of articles nga gibasa adto.
Mhm.
So, if, say for example, 5 or 10 articles na akong gibasa, wala na'y bag-o, wala na'y nadugang nga idea, then I have already reached the saturation point of the data.
Okay.
Tama na to para sa variable 1.
Mhm.
The variable 2 na pod, na-reach na nako ang saturation. Bisag 5 lang ka articles, okay na to siya. So, pila na? 15 na. Variable 3, 7 ka articles. O, ana, no? Actually, depende sa data saturation sa imong literature, because literature review man good ang dagan nga citations
Correct.
nato, di ba?
Correct, ma'am.
Kaya ang ato manggong, ang ato methodology, ang atong i-cite ana ang research design. Kinsa ang author ana nga research design. Ang sampling technique, sampling procedure, Pila ka tawo imong gigamit, imong research instrument, imong data analysis. So pila raman ka buok ang imong kokonti lang yung citations natin doon sa methodology, right? Kasi ito lang yung mga kakailanganin natin. But in literature review, there you have the most number of citations. So how do you know that tama na yung number of references? Kung naabot mo na yung data saturation.
Kailangan na talagang technical expert ka dito, Miss Janyon. All you have to do is to follow the lead and then doon ka na mag-info. Di ba, Ren? Ganun yan ganun yung system.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, welcome.
Go with Dr. Riquino, and then after Dr. Riquino, your question will be acknowledged. So, okay na, Doc
Yes,
Roque?
yes,
Doc
okay na.
Roque? Okay na, Doc Roque?
Yes, ma'am. Okay na.
Salamat.
So let us proceed with Sir Alan Vergara for your question.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay,
can
ma'am.
you please usgi gamay mong tingog or maklaro?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Kana, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am Sarah.
Yes.
If you remember during our masterals, one of our professors said that you can publish one article, you can publish your dissertation at least one chapter. How true it is, ma'am, until now?
Kana siya kung you are using a standalone thesis. No?
Yes, ma'am.
Standalone thesis. Meaning, sa chapter 1 nimo, naana dito tanan imong, naana dito ang sections, introduction, literature review, then you can publish that. I remember that, I think it was Dr. Ong who said that.
I
In
think so, ma'am.
computer-based instructional materials. Okay. If you are doing a standalone, yes, by all means, do that.
But
No?
it cannot be published in certain article that requires all the chapters, right?
No. Ang bot ipasabot ana sir is sa chapter 1 man good naa na dito ang imong literature, ana na introduction, naa ang literature because ang concept man good sa standalone, ang concept sa standalone research is, for example, you have five research question in your thesis or dissertation. Kada
Okay.
usa ana ka research question naa kay intro, review of related literature, methodology, results, discussions, conclusions, implications, and recommendations. Mo nang bot ipasabot ana. Dili nga ang introduction mo imong i-publish ang introduction lang or ang literature review mo to. No. When you say standalone, na for example na kay 5 ka research questions sa imong thesis or dissertation, kada research question adto you are doing a separate article, no? You have all the sections of a research article in each of the research question.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Is there any more questions from the YouTube? Is there any? I think there are no more questions, Doc Sara.
Ako, ma'am.
Okay. Sir Victor, ma'am, has also a question. Sir Victor Rosales.
Doc, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've heard about tweaking the thesis or any dissertation or thesis. Could you give us an idea what is tweaking about? You are to tweak your paper so you can publish it.
Dili tingali tweak, but culling. C-U-L-L-I-N-G. You cull. Nagkuha ka, for example, na sa imong research sa imong research question, sa imong dissertation kay upat, say for example, upat ka research question. Kaning usa ka research question, i-cull nimo, buhatan nimo siya og study. Buhatan nimo siya separate nga research article. That is why kaganina nakahinomdom mo, nangutan ako ninyo nga, if you are, suppose humana mo og thesis, no? Humana mo og thesis, and then you are going to convert your thesis into a journal. Unsay una nimong isulat? Di ba? Do you remember I asked you that? And then in your intro, literature, methodology. So ang suggestion sa experts, go to the results nga section, no? Unaw nimo tog sulat. Kay di ba nakahinumdum mo sa akong presentation ganina, pagkahuman nimo sa results, you discuss it in the context of your researcher, in the context of your research respondents. And then when you discuss, dito naman ka mag-cite og mga articles. The findings of this study or the results of this study agrees with the results of, for example, Ramayan 2018, no? And then discuss nganong parehas sila or nag-disagree sa findings ni Branzuela 2016 and then discuss nganong dili sila pareho, no? So meaning to say naa kay mga citations didto. Kadtong imong mga citations, mga discussions ibalhin lang nimo sa imong literature section. O di sayon ang life, no? Or pwede pod nga sa imong literature review kay na may mga journals friends nga magdawat og meta-analysis of literature review, no? Kay especially karon no nga requirement sa thesis o sa dissertation ang publication. So kamulo pa lang kang review sa literature, himuan na to nimo og study, no? Himuan na ni gagawan mo na ng research article yung ginawa mo na literature review. And then you submit that as a meta-analysis. That can also be one way of calling a research article from your thesis or dissertation.
Thank you, Doc.
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Rosales. Thank you, Doc Sara.
Welcome.
Any more questions from the Google Meet or the YouTube? I think there's no more questions. So I think Doc Namoco, still have something to add on.
Yes,
You
kung
have said
ganahan
a
mo,
while
pero og
ago
ikapoy na
about
mo. Sorry. Formatting.
Formatting, yes, ma'am. You will add additional about formatting.
Well, I need to know if you are interested or not. Ay, mas gikapoy na mo.
Interesting
Kagani pa
naman,
kung
ma'am.
buntag. Kagani na po kung buntag nagyaw-yaw diri.
Yo, out. It is so, for us,
Okay
ma'am,
lang?
it's really helpful,
Personally,
ma'am.
Okay.
personally, I am interested.
Okay, good.
Yes. There's so
Malipay ko
much
mag-share of
interested, ma'am.
knowledge. Okay, sige, no? So actually, I learned this. Part of my sharing with you is I learned it when I did my master's degree, my master's thesis, and most of this I learned in the library workshops, no? Kay mo na University Science Malaysia, my good friends, kay it's one of the 5 research universities in Malaysia. So strong kayang ilang research. That is why kada semana naagid sila workshops either in the Institute of Postgraduate Studies or in the library. So it's one of their best practices. So I would like to share with you what I learned there. Okay. Okay, now I would like to share with you first. Ako sa ipakita sa inyo no. Kaganina di ba na nakita ninyo ning akong trabaho. This is actually my thesis, no? Ang thesis namo didto naami abstract nga English, naapod mi abstract nga Malay. Na ingana nila ka love ilang language. No, okay. So, nakita ninyo nga see my study is 309. My thesis is 309 pages with 69,505 words. Imagine kanang 309 pages ana una ko asa na ganitong kuan, asa na ganito? Di ba hasol? Hasol or dili? Okay lang sa inyo magsigig ana. Hasol siya dili. So for example,
Asol man,
asa
makalibat.
na
Asol.
ganito? Makalibat, no? So, okay, this is mao ni ang akong sample sa katong ina ko nga nagborrow og okay. In my dissertation, I used the G power. And then Makalibat no, daghan kaayo ka og my dissertation exploratory sequential explanatory embedded mixed method design. So that's the design of my study. So makalibat siya. So unsaon man nato siya aron sa yun ang life, no? Aron sa yun ang life. Naatay, you go to view and then navigation pane. So here, naani siya, mabuhat ni siya kung atong i-format ang atong Word document. So that, kung for example, mag-ato ko chapter 1, i-click lang ako. And then I am brought to chapter 1. And then, kung usa nga mga sections din ha, mauna na ang atong, dahil sa yun ra pangitaon, di na ta malibat, di ba? Na-gets, na-appreciate ninyo, friends? For example, kana, no? Or I want to go to chapter 2. Dili na ako mag-scroll diri, no? I just click here and then I am brought to chapter 2. Kana. So I have the theories, i-discuss mo sa ang theories, o sa ang theoretical framework sa study. Then I go to chapter 3. So ana, no? Ang question is, how do we do that? No? Gusto ba ninyo masayran?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Okay. So gusto na to masayran unsa una siya pagtrabaho. Karon, kunyari nagtrabaho ta og bag-o nga mao ni atong trabahoon nga article, no? Kani akong gamitan.
O kaning number 9.
Okay. So for example, na ako'y kani nga study, no? Saan man nato na? Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Okay? And then the problem. So na introduction, the problem. Ganyan na din, the problem or introduction. Introduction. Sige. Introduction. And then ang imong mga subsections will be a background of the study. Unsa na dayon? Tapos ang mga subsections sa chapter 1. Statement of the problem. And then, unsa pa? Research objectives. And then, definition of terms. For example, I'm not saying this is the final one, mga kuan lang ni. Definition of terms, rationale or significance of the study. And then you have the conceptual framework of the study, and then the summary, for example, no? Rationale of the study, for example, napakay significance of the study. Of course, naakay mga pangsulod din na, no? Mangupya lang ta dito sa akong thesis kunuhay. No, this one. Mangupitag mga pila ka, pila ka
One sentence.
one sentence. Balikan ako dito sa pinakaibabaw. Mangupyatag, manungudigo ta, no? For example, kunyari taas, no? Kunyari taas. Okay, di na nato ibutang sa background of the study. And then, statement of the problem. Kopyaho nato. Mangudigo ta, okay. Kaya aron ingnon yan ay sulod atong thesis, no? Research objectives. Okay. Kopyaw na to. Definition of terms, operational definition of terms. Kunyari, mao ni mga definition, no? Kunyari, mao na ang mga sulod. Wait lang. Unsa ni pedagogical belief kay aron nga makahimutag isa pa ka subsection, no? Okay. And then what else do we have? Rational. Okay, and so on, no? For example, hanto na nanda, pareha ng mga idea, okay? So how do we format our paper? Depending on your institutional kuan ha, this is depending on your institutional requirement. So unsay buhaton? Chapter 1 of course, kay title man siya sa chapter, ato siyang ibutang sa heading. Okay, by the way, ang atong gamiton is kani bitaw nga style. Na follow ko ninyo friends?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So go to heading 1. Unya depende sa inyong kuan ha, institutional requirement. Unya panalitan dili man ni mao kay this is Calibri Light heading unya 16. Unya panalitan sa inyong institution dapat Arial, no? So ato lang i-Arial tanan sila, no? Arial 12. Arial 12 unya double space for example. Okay, and then okay, now dili man ni siya mao for example ang requirements sa institution ninyo. So unsaon man, highlight that and then click heading 1. And then unsaon man siya aron nga musundog siya sa imong institutional requirement. You right click heading kani and then click modify. And then diri naka heading 1 siya, then diri imo ibutang Arial. Panalitan ha, this is the standard. Arial unya syempre mas dako siya, kinadak-an siya sa tanan nga font. Unya naka-bold siya kay title man siya sa chapter. And then make it black. Kay black man gyud atong requirement. And then ibutang siya sa center nya double space. Okay? Nasabtan? I-format nato ang font kung unsay requirement sa institution nato. Okay? If it is okay now, click okay. Okay. So, meaning to say, kung sa pag-abot sa ubos, chapter 2 gihapon, for example, diri no na kay chapter 2. Chapter 2, unsa na review of related literature. So pag-abot din ha, iyan na lang nimo. Highlight and then click. Automatic na siya, no? Tanang chapter hangtod sa chapter 5. Okay. Kaya na ta. Karon, adto na ta sa main sections of your thesis. So sa main section, atong i-apply ang heading 2, no? Heading 2. Nya dili naman pud na, for example, according to your institution, dili na mao nga format. So sa buhaton, go to heading, modify, and then ibutang ta Arial, pero this time 13 na siya. Kay syempre mas gamay siya kaysa sa chapter o font, pero mas dako pud siya kaysa sa imong body text. And make it bold, black gihapon, pero naka left justified na siya. Double space gihapon. Okay? And then okay. Okay na. So karon tanan nga main sections nimo sa chapter puro na heading 2, heading 2, sa pa, heading 2, heading 2, and so on. Significance of the study, conceptual framework, summary. No? Puro na heading 2. Karon, for example, naapag yung kay sub-heading, definition of terms, blah 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 na kay pang-istorya din ano, dagan kay pang-istorya mao ni ang mga definition of terms ana. So Arial, no? Arial man atong gamit. Okay. Then double space. For example, mo ni mo gipang yaw-yaw. Karon na under the definition of terms which is heading 2, naapag yung kay heading 3. Kay naaman kay sub-section. So sa buhaton, highlight that and then go to heading 3, modify times Arial gihapon kay consistent man tang Arial 12 bold, no? Bold siya kay heading title man siya sa sub-heading. And then left justified double space okay. Okay na, no? So karon unsa ang benefit kaging ana nimo siya? You go to view, navigation pane, mugawas na diri ang iyong mga sections. So karon naa ka sa chapter 1 pero gusto ka mo atong chapter 2, i-click lang nimo siya ato na ka chapter 2. Nya napag yung kay chapter 3, i-click lang nimo ay dado na ka didto. Or hala naagi problema ang statement of the problem nako gusto to nako usabon. I-click lang and then you will be led to that statement of the problem. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. And then another benefit, for example, kuan na ka kanang sana ka table of contents, kapoy baya magsulat, no? Kapoy magsulat sa table of contents, unya imo pag yung i-timing ang page number. So kung na-format na nimo imong Word document, sayon ra na siya buhaton. Dadani siya kani imong introduction dada sa page sa next page or pwede ra nga naa dinha, no? For example, nara din na ang imong kuan, diri ka magbuhat og sa ni table of contents. How are you going to do that? Go to references. Nagloading akong laptop. Hulatan sa nato si laptop ha. Table of contents. Mili ka asa nga style imong gusto ana. For example kanino. Charan! Okay na imong table of contents. Wala kay hago, ba? Igor na ka nag-click-click. Kabalo ba mo nga ang table of contents mahuman nagpila ka adlaw sa atong dissertation writing? So, kana heading 1 gihapon, no? Na karon, ma'am, chapter 1 ang kuan lagi table of contents nako kay nag-abot lagi sa chapter 1. Hala inaog ka na kadto sa pikas. Hala ma'am, page 1 man lagi gihapon ang chapter 1. Na i-update ra nato ang table, no? Update the table, update the entire table. Pak. Okay. Na. Ni-appear na ang table of contents, di ba? Okay. So, sayon ang life sa researcher.
Mas grabe ka sa yun.
Mas grabe ka sayon. No?
Grabe nga akong
Okay.
tinype anong table of contents, ma'am.
Ha?
Tapos tayo.
Grabe ang tinaypay sa table of contents. Naaman di ay sayon. No? Naaman di ay sayon. Nganong lisod-lisod ang life. So, karon gana na atong mga estudyante maghimo sa ilang thesis, no? Okay, another one. Another nga itudlo na ako sa inyo. Di ba pag mag-table of contents, mag-table ta kay malimtan na natuon sa tuang table number? No? Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, diri lang
Yes,
ko
ma'am.
mag-insert og table ha. Di na ko mo ato sa laing lugar. Diri na lang. Bahalag chapter 1 ni. So, for example, diri table of contents. Naatay table din ha. No? Table. And then the title is table. Unsa na siya? Table of nothing, no? Nothing, nothing, nothing. No, ana, no? So, saan na to siya pag-format? Aron nga, pag table pa lang, dire-diretso na siya. Okay, I'll tell you how. So, naana kay table din na kay title din na kay title din na kay findings din na, no? So, how do we format our table? Go to references, and then insert caption. And then table 1. I-click name on table. Kita ninyo friends, automatic siya nga table 1, no? And then click. And then unsa may title ani nga table. So table nothing, no?
Nothing.
Of course, nothing. Of course, kay lahi man iyang font, utrohon at by the way friends, kung mag-format og table, the text of our table is one font smaller than our body text. So 11, no? 11 siya and then black. And then sa APA format, this one should be kana. Unya naka italics ang title. Okay? Take note nga highlighted ang number. Okay? For example, naana po kay table 2 diri. For example, diri naana po kay table, no? Naana po kay table. So, unsa una nimo? Everything. Ay butang ta everything. Ang title sa imong table. So, adto na pud ka sa kay of course imo man ang pulihan, no? Adto na pud kag references, insert caption, Ano, nagdiretso mo siya table 3. Okay. Insert caption, table 2. Di ba automatic siya? Table 2. Okay. So again, imo gyapon siyang i-format Arial 11, black, and then ang kana in APA formatting ana na siya, no? Ang title maoy italiced, ang table dili. Okay? Another na pod. Another na pod table 3. For example, natay table 3 dire. Table 3. Kani something. Okay, okay. Okay. Wrong spelling ang something. So, may spelling sa something. O, kana. Kana. Okay, so, insert caption table 3, blah, 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 and then, kana, no? So, again, parehara gyapon atong buhaton. Nagbuhat lang ko og tulo ka tables aron makita gid ninyo. Black. And then this one. Okay, now. So, for example, muna ng table. And then, diri na akay, by the way, ang table, ang iyang caption nasa ibabaw. Pero ang figure nasa ubos, ha? Pareho rata og principle. Kung figure, insert caption, figure ang imong i-click dire. Okay? Or kung naka-equation, equation 1, equation 2. No? Or parehara principle gid actually. No? Okay, now unsaon naman na nimo pag page number. So adto na pud ka diri list of tables. And then go to references, insert tables. Depende nimo kay i-hyperlink ba nimo siya or dili. In my case, I don't. No? Ay hyperlink lang. Sige, table ha. I-click nimo table kay table man imong gusto. And then okay. Okay. Nana. Ba? So, yun ang life. Okay? Double space man. Oh, ayan, naka mag-double space din na. Okay. And then, adto na po ka, inaog na po nimo si chapter 1, kay Aaron, inig-update nimo sa table, unya, update table. Oh, ito na si list of tables. Na?
Right click na ma'am, pag right click, pag update table.
Dili. Left lang, left.
Left click lang.
Update table, okay.
Okay.
Okay na? Ay, nagkatawa mo. Okay, kabalo mo unsaon paggamit ang citations. Diri. Gamit ang references. Kabalo? Dili.
Ma'am, wala. Sige, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sige, go ahead. Sige. Karon, na kay reference. So, in the past 2 decades, exponential rise in the blah blah. Kunyari, si Namoco ang author diri, no? Kunyari, si Namoco. So, unya na ay research, di mangita tag research article. Kaya lang ha, tuguti sa ako ninyo mangukay sa ako mga gamit diri. Sarah's files. I hope na amoy natun-an ha. Please let me know. Kaya lang, mangita sa ako mga articles. Kaya lang ha, sorry. Nangita ko sa ako mga gamit. Sarah's files, USM, kani. Workshops. Okay, kabantay mo, daghan kay workshops dito akong gipang apilan. And ay daghan kay nga e-books, daghan nga references. Okay, for example, kani nga reference atong gamiton si Churchill. Mangita tag bago-bago. Karim Chin. Bago-bago niya, 1999 ra di gihapon. Gusto na ko manggod makita ang ngalan sa title, ang title sa article. Basin kani. Kani. Journal of Applied Psychology. Okay. For example, ang author si Podsakov, no? Dili na lang si Namoco. Kani na lang si Podsakov. So you go to references, no? Ani ka mapuslanon si references atong si thesis writing. Galuding lang yun akong laptop. Insert citation, and add new source. No?
Mhm.
Unsa man ang imong source? Ang type of source, is it a book section? Is it a book section, an article, a conference proceeding? Ikaw ang makasulti ana, depende sa article nga imong gi-cite. Or are you citing a website, a report, chuchu, eklavos, chuvanes, no? Dagan kayo din ha. For example, kani is journal article. So, ang atong author, si Podsakov, si Mackenzie, o si Jong, no? Tuluman sila, di na nato usa-usaon og sulat diri, hago baya, no? So, diri lang ta sa edit. Okay? Kinsa man na siya? Si Podsakov, ngalan niya, Philip M. And then, add. And then we have Mackenzie Scott. Kasamok ba ining kuan? Scott B. Enter. And then Jong
Yon.
Yon
Lee.
Yon Lee. No? So, mo na yung ngalan? Okay. And then what's the title? Common method biases, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Review of literatures and recommendations. Recommended remedies. Okay. And then the journal name is Journal of Applied Psychology. Ano sa ni nga tuig? 2003. So, humana ba ta? No, not yet. You have to click the show all bibliography fields kay aron mo gawas ang tanang area nga kinahanglan nato sulatan. So, na year, page number 879 to 903. Ano ang page number? And then, volume number 88, na adiri vol 8, number 5. And then, kung kano saan mo gi-access, for example, karon mo na access, no? Pero dili naman kinahanglan. Pero kung gusto gyud kag kuan 2020 December 4, nya unsa man ang URL kung panilitan na apa ka URL o kung naay DOI, tanaw nato na ba siya DOI. Naa. Naa. DOI asa na copy? Hala, wala na copy. Wait DOI copy and then diri nimo ibutang ang DOI. Okay? According to Purdue University, mas importante nga mabutang ang DOI. Kaya ang URL can change man good. Pero DOI, it will always be the DOI of that particular article. Okay? So, to na, si Podsakov, nya nako ay, today, nalimot ko. Pag mag-insert citation ka, friend, imong i-click ang style. No? APA ba siya, Chicago, blah, 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 blah. Pero kung social sciences man good, APA good na siya almost always. No? So, kani, dili na ka magkuan, dili na ka, and then makita nimo nga highlighted po siya, di ba? Kumpara sa uban. So, di na ka magkuan, dili na ka mag-format og APA, kay automatic na si references magbuhat. Okay. Another example, for example, kani, ato ning gi-borrow from kaninga statement, for example, basta references ang gamiton mo, hang gyud ang laptop. Okay. For example, kaninga sentences gi-borrow nato from website, for example. For example, matutag websites, no? For example, saan nga website atong gamiton? Educational technology, Educos. For example, mo ani ang atong site, no, sa website. So for example, kani ato ning giborrow kang Educos. Okay? So kahang akong laptop. Anto sila sa gyud ninyo, friends. Okay, asa na ta? Okay, diri to nga source, okay? So insert citation, Take note, APA style ha. And then add new source. This time, we are using a website. No? So, i-click na to ang website. Click. Yeah, kani, panitan, for example, kani ang atong gibaro nga idea. Okay, let me see. Online learning at EduCos. So, for example, kani lang ha, let me see kung may tataglain nga topic. Online learning during pandemic. May tatag mga websites. Okay, this is org, no? weforum.org. Okay. So, friends, ayaw ng mga blog ha. World Economic Forum. So, this one is a reliable source. Aka na mga .edu.org, pwede na siya nato sa atong By the way, nakahinumdum lang yun ko, musingit lang yun ko. Ang mga reviewers, friends, research reviewers, ang una nilang tanawon sa imong article is ang imong references. Kung ang imong ganing references daghan dito .blog.com, iuli na dahil na nila diretso. Kay it follows nga dili reliable imong source. It follows nga ang content sa imong article is not that reliable. That is why ang atong sources should always be research articles, books, or kung website man galing, at least katong reliable sources like .org or .edu. Kaya kana nga mga websites, careful gid na sila sa ilang i-publish nga information kay naa sila organization or institution nga protektahan. Pero kanang mga blog.com, dili kay ko mo recommend. Okay? Kung ako po imong research advisor, unya ang imong source mga .blog.com, ako nang ipautro sa imo. No? Kay dili, ang presumption ana is, your information is not reliable. Okay, balik na ta sa citation. Okay? Basin og stricto ra ko nga researcher, no? Pero I just want my student to do research the right way. Okay, now, naabay author. Let us see, naabay author. Kathy Lee. Okay, so the author is Kathy Lee. Ano ba yan? Okay. Kathy, okay? And ang name of web page is this one. Ang title, meaning ang title ana nga article or kana nga web page. Imong kopyahon, and then ang imong name of website is World Economic Forum, no? And then, kanus na publish? It was published in April 29, 2020. So again, i-open na to ang bibliographic entries. 2020, April 29. Kanus na access? 2020, December 5. And then, ang URL is here. Kopyahon. Okay, wala na. Wala na ilaing ikabutang. Wala may DOI tingali. Napa day sorry. Duha day sila Farah Lalani. Okay. Ato na lang yung komplituhan, puslan man. Lalani Farah. Okay. Now, and then kung okay na ang mga bibliographic entries, click okay. Now, unsa may benefit kung ato na siyang buhaton? No? Kung ato nang buhaton, adto ta sa references, no? Kay kunyari human na tanan imong article, human na gid tanan, kuan na ka, magtrabaho na ka sa imong references, okay? Maghimo na kag bibliographic entry. So again, go to references and then go to bibliography, pili ka unsa nga design kani. Okay. So in a click of your fingers, naa na kay references. So, ibutan ta Arial gyapon, no? Arial 12. Okay. Di ba sayon ang life? Okay, references, another page, no? Kay kuan man na siya main title, no? Pareha man na siya og Pareho na siya category sa chapter 1. So ato i-click ang references, heading 1, unya ato na pong i-update ang table. Table, update, click. Okay, to na si references. Ba? Sayon ra kaayo. And then mag-review ka. Nalandayin ka. Hello. Hi. Tukog references. Okay na. Hala, nawala na ako mga estudyante.
How about the list of all tables, ma'am?
List of
Automatic
all tables. Mauna to, oh.
Automatic din pag-arrange ng ano, para i-group nimo siya ba, parang patulad ng references. Pwede rin? Hindi.
Mauna ni. Kani, bantay ka kani atong gibuhat?
I mean, kasi I mean yung list of tables in the first part, 'di ba? Mayroong listing all the tables doon.
Oh, dire.
Oh. Hindi yan pwede ma-automatic din.
Automatic man. Otrohin natin. Otrohin. Otrohin natin. Kasi nagtinagalog
I mean,
ikaw.
wala
Hindi ko na alam.
There's no problem
Otrohin
about
natin.
there's no problem about creating the table as what you have presented, ma'am. Ang gusto ko, parang less of all the references, parang ganun man ba? Less of all the tables. Doon sa, 'di ba, may summary doon sa lahat ng tables, 'di ba? Ganun ba?
Ito nga.
Pwede rin din.
Ito, nagbinisaya na talaga ako. Nagtanagalog na talaga ako.
Sige.
Di ba ito? Di ba kini? List of all the tables. Say for example, you have 20 tables, mao na ni atong gibuhat. Usay buti mo ipasabot.
Di ba, usually yung ano ma'am, nagbuhat man ka katong mga references automatic, di ba?
Yes,
Then gusto siya na nabutang siya reference tanan, di ba? Ang akong gusto, ang list of tables pod.
Kani lagi.
Like the one sa listing pod sa tanang tables.
Yes. Mao lagi ni siya, list of tables. Di ba, I don't know if I'm understanding you right. This is now the list of tables.
Yes, ma'am.
Di ba ganina nagformat sa mga tables?
Yes, ma'am. Nag-format ka tong tables, di ba? By katong introduction, sa chapter 1, sa chapter 3. Gusto na ako, ma'am, nga automatic siya dito sa kabantay katong
katong formatting.
Yes, ma'am.
Katong let me see. Wala siya feature. Katong ang imong buot ipasabot kani sa list of tables. Mao ni imong buot ipasabot?
Can we present the ano, ma'am?
Sorry. Wala na dai ko naka-present.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Kanilan. Ang buot nimo wait, sorry. Pakita na ninya. Okay. Kani ba yung buot ipasabot lang nga maka-update ta?
Yes, ma'am. Nga napos siya mga list of tables anak siya. Like example, that list of tables, diba? Number 2, page 2. Singit, pwede singit diya ang katong mga listing sa tables. Instead of
kung dili man ka mo singit sa listing of tables kay ang heading ra man ang imong isulat diri baya sa table of contents. Pero in a separate page, you have the list of tables.
Okay. Okay.
Kaning list of tables, imo na ning gi-generate nakakuha ka kung gyud ni pag-generate.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So of course, friends dili nato ni ma-generate ang list of tables ug ang automatic na table of contents unless we have formatted our paper according to this. No?
Okay.
Maghilak na lang gyud mo, di gyud na ma-format ug di na ninyo ing-anion.
Okay.
No? Magtumbling na lang mo, di gyud na mo gawas.
Pero dependent sa institutional requirement, ma'am.
Depende sa institutional requirement. Kasi baka gusto ng institution nyo is lahat ng text from title to subtitle to puro na Arial 12 or Times New Roman 12. Depende sa eskwelahan, no?
Yes.
So kadto sample ra to, at least na amoy idea how to do it. Okay, so sayo na lang kayo ang pag-table of contents, ang pag-format, ang pag-list of tables, ang pag-referencing. Ba? So, dili di ay kapoy himo og kuan research. Yes, writing a lengthy I'm sorry.
Okay. Sige, ma'am. Last question from Sir Victor. Writing a lengthy RRL is very challenging. I would like to ask, how can we order or construct our discussion in the RRL? Is there a structure to follow? What to include in the RRL?
Okay. Kung diri sa MUST, ang ilang naandan no, ang among naandan kay review of unsa ganin igsoon, review of related literature, unya review of related studies, no? Pero ako, I want to, ako man good, ambot lang og idealistic baka ako, tingali mao ni ang problema kung bago kang ni-graduate, kay gusto no imo i-apply ang imong natun-an. Now, ang akong natun-an which I did in my study is, ang imong unang i-discuss sa imong review of related literature is, what is the problem about? No? For example, in my case, ang akong problem is about the use of technology in teaching. So ang first nga subsection nako sa akong first section nako sa kuan sa akong review of related literature is I was discussing about the problem of acceptance and use of technology from the global context. And then I narrow it down to Asian or to ASEAN context. And then I narrowed it down to the Philippines. So meaning to say, ang context sa problema, dili lang siya sa Pilipinas, but makita po siya dito sa kalibutan, no? Sa global context. So that's it. Mauman gud na akong natun-an. Ang imo daw kunong discussion sa RRL is, what is your dependent variable? Una gyud na nimo isgutan. Kaya ang imong dependent variable mao na imong problema. And then ang sunod na din ang mga independent variables nimo. No? Mao na din ang mga independent variables nimo. If for example, gusto ka mag-develop og prototype, no? Gusto ka mag-develop og trainer. So nganong mag-develop, di ba kaganina I ask si Victor bato akong gipangutana, nganong gusto ka si Jalil, nganong gusto ka mag-develop og prototype? Tungod kay naa kay na-identify nga problem. For example, that problem is about the kinesthetic, the manipulative skills of the students. Then discuss about manipulative skills. Nganong kinahanglan nga naay ma-manipulate ang mga estudyante? Discuss about it. Unya unsa may influence sa manipulative skills sa academic performance sa estudyante. No? That is your dependent variable. And then ang imong independent variable, nag-discuss ka nga dapat na ay trainer. Unsa day ang trainer? Unsa ang features nga naa sa trainer? Imo nang i-discuss. So dapat naa siya lamisa, dapat naa siya tiil, dapat naa siya kani nga mga components. So nganong naama na tanan dito sa imong trainer? No? And then discuss what is the theoretical and underlying theory anang imong gitrabaho or developmental model framework. Nganong kaniman nga model i-discuss pud nimo didto. So again walay single formula pero ang akong gusto ninyo nga timan-an, if you are going to adopt this, ang first nimo nga discussion is unsa ang problem, and that is your dependent variable. And then ang sunod nimo nga isgutan kadto mga independent variables nga posible nakakontribute or makatubag ani nga problema. And then your theoretical framework, and then summarize or conclusion of your chapter 2.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Namoco, for answering the queries of our participants, and as well to Professor Ramayan for facilitating the open forum. So now let's proceed with our synthesis or the summary of our talk for this session. Let's start from Professor Ramayan.
Okay, for the part one or the morning session that we had, one of the main points that our speaker is trying to convey is that despite this pandemic, it should not hinder us to conduct research, and actually this is the right time for us to start with our research. All sectors worldwide, including education, have been devastated by the impact
of this pandemic. And with this, there is a need to consider to research. So research objectives, questions must fill in the gap. It is the discrepancy between what is known and what should know and what to answer. So it could be in the form of empirical quantitative research. Examples are descriptive, correlational, casual comparative, quasi-experimental, true experimental research. Then if you want to explore solution to solve problem, you can use phenomenology research, case study research, ethnography research, narrative research, and grounded theory research. Then the speaker also give us samples of instructional design models like ADI model, Assure, 9 events of instruction, rapid prototyping model. Then we can also use the technology acceptance model and the use of theories like theory of reason action, theory of planned behavior, diffusion innovation theory, and unified theory of acceptance and the use of technology. That is for the morning sessions.
So now, in the afternoon session, we have discussed the difference of thesis and articles, and through that, we can say that the theses are reviewed by the panel of examiners, while the articles are reviewed by blind reviewers. And we hope from that, after this webinar, we can convert all our theses into articles. We also want to thank you for sharing us how to look for in non-predatory journals where we can publish our papers. You also discussed to us the formatting of the research articles based on the standard formatting, and we truly appreciate the topic today, ma'am, because the way you deliver your talk, it's very clear, very brief, at the same time, very easy to comprehend. So we are really honored to have you to share this kind of topic. And as a listener and a viewer, the next time when we look on research, I hope we will not look at it as a puzzle that's difficult to decipher, but instead a problem that needs immediate solution. And at the same time, you will use it in your expertise and in your field. As we are living in a greater physical isolation with uncertainty about the future, the new normal may have changed the way we think about research, but despite our uncertainties as to what future may hold, we as an educator and researcher must continue to go forward. As what we have said, COVID is already here, and let us also learn to embrace changes. Thank you once again, Dr. Sarah.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Grateful appreciation to our guest speaker this session. We shall now present the certificate of appreciation to our speaker. So let me read the citation. MSU-IIT Institute of Technology, College of Education, CHED Center of Excellence for Teacher Education, presents this certificate of recognition to Dr. Sarah O. Namoco for being the resource speaker on the topic Research in Technology Education in the New Normal during the webinar Technical Vocational Education in an Innovative and Flexible InFlex Modality held on December 4, 2020. Signed by the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buwan, and the Chancellor of MSU-IIT, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol. So once again, Dr. Namoco, thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome. Salamat kaayo. Please do extend my greetings sa akong mga, kung naapa ko'y mga kauban, mga faculty members nga na teacher pa na ako itong una, I don't know. Ma'am Distura, wala na. Nang long time ago, nagyuday ka tiguang, nagyuday pugko, no? Kaya nang-retire naman sila. Anyway, I am really, really happy and I felt honored to be invited to speak to my beloved College of Education.
Let us also acknowledge our viewers and participants watching via YouTube Live by giving them a certificate of participation. So let me read again the citation. MSU Institute of Technology College of Education presents the Certificate of Participation for having participated in the webinar, Technical Vocational Education in an Innovative and Flexible InFlex Modality, during the talk on research in technology education in the new normal, held on December 4, 2020, signed by the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buwan, and the Chancellor of MSU-IIT, Dr. Sukarna B. Tanggol. So this will be your certificate, and we will send this after the session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us in today's webinar. As we gracefully end this program, okay, I will move the floor to the head of this webinar, or the department chairperson of the Department of Technology Teacher Education, Professor Vanessa Zavala.
So one of the most difficult part of a webinar or a seminar is the giving of the closing remarks. However, this is very important as this signifies that this is already the end. Charlang. All right. So strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will by Mahatma Gandhi. A global pandemic can affect our mental and physical health, and that's without even catching the virus. This motivational quote reminds us that strength is an exercise of the mind, not just the body. By praying hard and refusing to give up despite the challenges that come our way, our inner strength will endure. The same is true with the planning, implementation, and success of these webinar sessions entitled Technical Vocational Education in an Innovative and Flexible Modality. This webinar series, which aims to help both students and teachers in surviving the challenges of the teaching and learning process of the new normal, has come to an end. We are very grateful and honored to our valuable and very competent speakers for their time and knowledge which they have shared with us. To name, we have Dr. Romeo Ebonete, Dr. Paulito Sinisperos, Dr. Gaspar Gayona, Dr. Elcid Castillo, Dr. Sasitip Pitiporntapin, and of course, we have Dr. Sara Namoco. We are also very grateful to our MSU-IIT administrators, Dr. Tanggol, Dr. Teves, and Dr. Bernales, and the College of Education Dean, Dr. Amelia T. Buwan, for supporting this endeavor to continuously improve the teaching and learning process of the technology teacher education field in this new normal. We are as well equally grateful to our dear participants, the TVET TLE teachers of the Department of Education, the faculty members and students of MSU system. We have from MSU Marawi and MSU Maigo School of Arts and Trades, as well as from our neighboring university, the University of Science in Southern Philippines. And we also have even participants from abroad working in the Middle East. To name, we have here Sir Christian, and as well as our very own students and faculty members of the College of Education for religiously participating in each session. To our technical team, Sir Elmi and Sir Eric, who were very diligent working behind the cameras, as well as our faculty members of the Department of Technology Teacher Education, who have really have answered yes to the challenge of becoming moderators, facilitators, of which they are very hesitant at first because for them, they don't look good now in the camera. But now, they're all very positive with this type of activity. And of course, this project is headed by our project leader. We have Assistant Professor Victor Rosales. Thank you very much for making all these possible. Above all, of course, we thank God for making each session very productive and, of course, successful. We hope that you have gained a lot of knowledge and skills in the different sessions that we had, and we look forward to your application of this in your respective areas of teaching and learning. Thank you very much. God bless you all and stay safe.
Yay, umana.
Tapos na, Jod.
Thank you very much.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you
On
very
behalf
much,
of the Department
MSU.
of Technology Teacher Education, thank you
Mr.
once
Vic,
again to
thank you.
Dr. Namoco and to all of our participants in today's special event. I am Casey May Michelle Dapanes Casas, your moderator for today. Thank you. Stay safe. See you soon. Mabuhay.
Yay, thank you very much.